Welcome everyone, we've got Aster taking on Zeth on orange to see who can claim the victory today. Aster has historically dominated this rivalry, winning nearly 80% of their encounters. It's a massive gap to bridge, but Zeth managed to take their most recent game together just 16 hours ago. Now we see if that confidence carries over to this server. He's absolutely untouchable right now, taking his third straight round without breaking a sweat. Holy cow, they both traded massive damage, but Aster barely closed out the win. A huge contrast to his 11-24 run over the last day. Zeth recovers quickly with a clean response to bring the score to 4-1. He needs a strong push to overcome that rank gap. He's showing a lot of heart, putting together another straight win to keep this challenge alive. The pressure is starting to mount on the favorite. Zeth keeps the pressure on, taking a third straight to narrow the gap to just one. The script is flipping completely on the expected outcome here. Unbelievable! Zeth has completely erased that deficit and now looks like he's in total control. The momentum shift is completely staggering. What a fight! He almost went down, but Aster survives by the skin of his teeth to reclaim the lead. He's certainly making use of that top 10 ranking to steady himself. A lightning fast reaction from Zeth to bring the series level. Aster secures a narrow lead using the height of the ramp to outplay Zeth. He's been playing at a high level all day, especially with that 29-7 run. We've got a dead heat at 6-6 heading into the switch. I mean, it's a bit surprising to see them so evenly matched given Aster's 73% map win rate. Zeth is definitely punching above his weight class here. Let's see who blinks first. Aster edges back ahead with a slim 7-6 lead. He's really making that rating difference felt right now. A perfectly clean shot to bring the tally level at 7-7, showing some real grit from Zeth. Aster surges ahead, claiming an 8-7 lead. The gap between these two on the ladder is definitely starting to show. What an answer! He finds another perfect opening to lock the series at 8-8. Zeth is really showing some resolve, taking control again to edge ahead in the series. He's putting the pressure on the higher rated player. Aster fires back to tie it up at 9-9. Everything is wide open for the final push now. He finds a quick peek and clears him off the ramp, continuing this impressive run. Zeth is consistently playing with a huge amount of poise today. A totally effortless take for Zeth, reclaiming a 2-round lead. A clean sweep of the last two, putting him in the driver's seat. He's simply on another level right now, moving within a hair's breadth of the victory. Zeth is putting on a clinic with those reactions. That was a frantic scramble for survival. He's fighting hard to keep the underdog story alive. What a statement from Aster, showing incredible grit to keep himself in the game. Absolute chaos in the final stretch of this set. What a fight! Zeth closes the door and secures the victory with an incredible comeback performance. He just refused to back down, proving those head-to-head numbers don't mean a thing when he's playing this way. What a performance! Welcome to the Dunes! Omnic and Zeth face off in this match, with Zeth entering as the slight favorite. Zeth usually holds a consistent edge in this matchup. He's actually won over half of their lifetime encounters. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain that historical dominance after dropping the opening round. Omnic is suddenly surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is just too quick today. He catches Zeth right off that box for another round win. Omnic's now firmly in control with a 3-2 cushion. Zeth claws back to tie it up at 3-all. Coming off a tight 13-11 victory over Aster earlier today. He absolutely dismantles the opposition from that box, pushing the momentum further with three straight wins. Zeth quickly picks him off the box, keeping the pressure high with a 4th straight win. A brutal shift in momentum for the lower rated side. Omnic answers right back from the box to keep things close. These two are virtually identical in the rankings right now. Omnic has been struggling to find consistency lately, putting up a 13-21 record over the last day. It's clear he's fighting an uphill battle right now. Zeth is definitely capitalizing on that lack of confidence to extend his lead. Zeth edges ahead, barely clutching a slim 6-5 lead. The two of them are nearly deadlocked on the ladder. We've got a deadlock at 6 apiece. I mean, this is exactly what we expected from two players this close in the rankings. It's a total toss-up heading into the second half. Let's see who takes the lead now. Omnic swings it back to take a 1-round lead. It's almost a mirror image of their last meeting on Redline. Omnic is starting to pull away now, leading 8-6. A surgical finish to wrap up that a few seconds. Another effortless shot secures this one, putting him in a commanding position. Unbelievable! Zeth manages to take the fight to him and scrape through with almost nothing left. Pure grit to claw that one back from the brink. Omnic is really distancing himself now at 10-7. Zeth had the upper hand in their head-to-head historicals. Omnic is looking far too strong right now, closing in on the finish line while Zeth is just trying to keep up. He is completely taking over now, moving within a single round of victory. Game over! Omnic closes it out with a lightning-fast reaction to seal the series. That's a massive result for the underdog, especially since Zeth's usually been the one coming out on top. Welcome to the arena. We've got a great match today between Aster and Omnic, with the favorite looking to dominate. Aster historically dominates this matchup with a high 75% win rate, but he's coming into the server on a 2-game skid after those tough losses to Zeth. Now it's all about whether he can shake off those ghosts and get back to his normal self. Aster is cruising right now with a commanding 2-1 lead. He's simply untouchable right now, putting together a huge run of 3 straight. He's definitely making his class advantage felt early on. Both players traded heavy shots here, but Aster outlasts him to keep this streak alive. He's definitely looking like the more polished player today. What a scrap! He barely survives that encounter to secure another victory. Omnic is really struggling to find an answer today. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, taking 6 straight. The skill gap between them is staring us right in the face. Another flawless encounter, putting him an absolute world apart from his opponent. Omnic finally finds his footing, putting a halt to that run. The lower ranked player is showing he can hang with the best. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, quickly erasing a large chunk of that early lead. That confidence is clearly carrying over from the victory against Zeth. Aster has stayed focused and put up a strong 27-8 record over the last day. I mean, that level of output explains why he's consistently held the upper hand here. It looks like he's completely reclaimed the momentum after those 2 narrow losses we saw earlier. Aster takes a 9-3 lead into the break. Well, everything is going exactly as expected here. He really took advantage of his map advantage to secure a huge lead before the side swap. Aster stretches his lead even further to 10-3. His rank 12 status is on full display right now. Aster is just making this look far too easy, cutting through these rounds in a flash. The match is mirroring that 13-7 result they had yesterday. Omnic just needed to keep his head in the game and he's managing to claw back a few rounds here. It is a tough climb for someone sitting 29th on the ladder. Unbelievable! Aster barely hangs on with a sliver of health to reach match point. That was a heart-stopping finish by the favorite. What a finish. He claws back from the brink to close out the map in a wild shootout. He really had to sweat it out at the end, but he's proved once again why he's the king of this rivalry. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Zeth facing off on red line with the top rated player looking to maintain their dominance. Zeth puts himself in a great spot early, taking the lead with a clean read from the ramp. Aster has an overwhelming historical lead with 402 total wins over Zeth. It's interesting to see that dominance completely vanish in the opening minutes of this series. He's usually the one in control, but Zeth is playing with a massive amount of confidence right now. Absolutely effortless. Zeth is simply outclassing him right now. Aster answers back with a sharp exchange to get his first point on the board. He's finally putting that top quartile ranking into effect. He's staying aggressive, putting immense pressure on Zeth as he finds another quick open. Zeth is simply too quick on the draw, holding that ramp position perfectly to shut down the rally. Aster refuses to fade away, showing some real grit to close that gap further. Zeth has actually outplayed Aster in their last two meetings today, so yeah, that psychological edge is clearly weighing on the favorite. Zeth is proving that his current form overrides any historical disadvantage. Both players are trading blows now, making this a lot tighter. What a scramble. Zeth barely scrapes through that fight to head into the break with a 3-round lead. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's completely defied the odds here. Aster is normally so far ahead in the rankings, but we're looking at a very real possibility of an upset. Time to see if the momentum holds. He just wipes Zeth right off the ramp, refusing to let this game slip away. That's a huge momentum swing as he finds back-to-back rounds. Zeth manages to shut that door and regain a 2-round cushion by holding the ramp. That's another strong showing from the underdog tonight. A purely effortless exchange, and he's continuing to chip away at that lead. His ranking should be making him a bit more comfortable here. Zeth is just cruising toward a huge result at 9-7. Hard to believe he's managing to stay this composed. He secures another round from the ramp, showing a lot of fight to trim that gap. A gritty showing from the lower seat to hold a slim lead. Unreal, Aster completely levels this series by flicking Zeth right off the ramp. The tension is peaking as we head into the final stretch. Zeth clings to a razor-thin 1-point advantage. He's certainly making a case against those historical odds today. Zeth is really finding his second win here, quickly putting a cushion between himself and Aster. The 32 seed is putting on an absolute clinic. He's showing incredible poise, refusing to crumble under the pressure as he keeps this rally going. He's just not slowing down, evening the scoreboard at 11-all. Just about exactly what we expected from the high seed. A pristine finish there, putting him just 1 round away from victory. He is really making a statement against the league's higher seed tonight. What a finish. Zeth secures the final point to close out the series. Just an unbelievable display of nerves to close that out. He's completely rewritten the script against a top-tier opponent today. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Zeth comes out strong, utilizing that ramp to get the early advantage. A tight matchup on paper, and it's already starting that way. A total scramble, with both of them fighting for control of the ramp, and Omnic comes out on top. These two are almost identical on our rating scale. Zeth has the historical edge here, winning over half of their 700 encounters. But Omnic actually took their most recent meeting in a pretty convincing fashion. The real test is whether Zeth can keep this momentum and close the gap on those head-to-head numbers. Omnic is putting the pressure on with a 3-2 lead. The ladder puts them almost exactly in the same spot. Both of these players are playing with an incredible amount of speed. These rounds are ending in a flash. It's wild how similar their recent form has been lately. Zeth is really starting to take control of the server with a nice little run of rounds. Zeth looks sharp after that recent victory over Aster. We are all squared up at 4 apiece. Omnic really needs to keep this energy after their tough loss to Aster. Omnic edges ahead again, now leading 5-4. Zeth has more success in the long run, but he's struggling here. The pendulum is swinging back and forth. It's practically a coin flip at this point. Omnic just barely clings to a 1-round lead. The gap in the standings between these two is practically non-existent. We've got a dead heat at 6-all. Well, it's exactly what we expected from two players this close in the rankings. Both are playing a very disciplined game so far. Fresh start for both players. Omnic manages to outduel Zeth on the ramp and secures that crucial lead. He's coming into this with a rougher record for the day. Zeth had the perfect read from the window to shut that down. A really tight battle between two players essentially locked in the same bracket. Zeth claims a slim 8-7 lead as we head into round 15. He has been grinding hard today with a heavy schedule. He is absolutely on fire right now, ending the duel in a heartbeat. Absolutely untouchable right now. He just strolls into a 3-round lead. Zeth is definitely shaking off that earlier loss today. Zeth is simply not missing, wiping Omnic right off that ramp to push his lead to 11. Looking at that current rating, this is a dead even split. Another effortless win for Zeth, who now stands on the verge of victory. And that's it! Zeth closes the door on this match with absolute perfection. He really looked like he had the answer for everything back there, just completely shutting down the server. Welcome back to Berserk League. We've got a great matchup on Orange today with Aster and Omnic stepping into the arena. Aster has really owned this head-to-head, winning roughly 75% of their lifetime encounters. It's a clear psychological advantage that likely explains the slow start for Omnic. We'll see if the underdog can find some stability now. Aster is comfortably in the lead with a 2-1. His superior experience on the ladder really shows early on. Omnic's reaction time was almost there, but Aster's sheer speed is just too much to handle. Absolutely untouchable right now. He's putting on a clinic to extend his lead. Omnic is showing some real grit here, digging deep to close the gap. He's definitely fighting against the grain of those pre-match predictions. He's putting up a serious fight now, refusing to let the deficit discourage him. The momentum has shifted completely toward the trailing side. Unreal. He's completely leveled the playing field, bringing the score back to a dead heat. What a surge! He's just completely taken over the map to claim the lead. This is a total reversal of the pre-match expectations. Aster manages to edge this one out, bringing the tally back to a deadlock. Omnic is really fighting for his life after that rough 12-23 day. What a scrap! He barely scrapes through that encounter, claiming the advantage just before the side switch. That's a nail-biting way to enter the halftime break. We go into the break deadlocked at 6-all. This is a bit surprising given the skill gap. I expected Aster to distance himself, but Omnic is proving he can hang with the favorite today. Aster barely reclaimed his edge with a tight 7-6 lead. He's looking very sharp today with a 28-7 record. Aster secures the ramp and keeps the pressure on with another straight win. The higher seed is starting to separate himself here. Omnic shows his resolve, answering back to stay within striking distance. That was a lightning-fast trade, a real snap decision play. Omnic is simply refusing to go away, erasing that lead to bring the series back to a draw. He just can't be stopped right now, securing a third straight victory to take the lead. The shift in energy is palpable now. He manages to halt the slide and bring the series back to a stalemate. He's definitely utilizing that higher ranking to keep things steady. Omnic keeps his foot on the gas, taking total control to push into the lead. The underdogs are really fighting for every single point today. Both of them were trading heavy damage, but he manages to pull through and secure another victory. Omnic is really finding a way to close this out. Squeezing out another flawless win, he is absolutely on fire as soon as he gets the scent of blood. He's not backing down, shutting the door on that match-ending opportunity with a perfect shot. A huge sigh of relief for him right there. What a finish! He completes the comeback and takes the series. Just a huge statement from that guy, shaking off the historical odds to take down a top-tier opponent. He really earned this one. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Esther taking on Zeth in today's duel to see who comes out on top. Esther owns the head-to-head with a dominant 78% victory rate over the years. It's a huge historical gap, but Zeth actually came out on top in their most recent clash. He'll be looking to prove that the tide has turned today. Zeth is just on another level right now, putting up a flawless 3-round start. Hoping his earlier success against the top tier carries through. Zeth is simply too fast, extending his lead to a commanding 4-0 start. A complete reversal of the usual roles for these two. Absolutely crushing it. He's now completely shut out his opponent through 5 straight rounds. He's just not letting up, securing another effortless round to reach 6 straight. Finally, some resistance as Esther wins the battle for the box. He's been playing a lot of matches today, and the experience is starting to show. Esther is starting to look scary now, and he's doing it from the heights. He's really taken advantage of that higher ladder standing right now. Zeth has really struggled today with a 12-23 record overall. It's quite an impressive contrast to see him controlling the pace like this against one of the top-rated players in the league. I wonder if he can close this out before Esther finds his footing. The comeback attempt is over, and Zeth is firmly back in control. His recent form has been much stronger than usual. Zeth takes a massive lead going into the break at 9-3. Honestly, the lower ranked player is just outclassing everything we expected. Esther has the skill, but he's looking completely lost against Zeth's speed right now. Time for Esther to wake up. Zeth holds a steady 5-round advantage at 9-4. He's looking for some consistency after dropping his last few games. Esther isn't letting Zeth breathe, and he just managed to clear him off that box. The 13-rated player is finally making his presence felt. Zeth is just too precise today, dropping the hammer on Esther while he was perched up high. Zeth is just blinking and winning these rounds, making the gap feel even wider now. He looks extremely confident after taking their last encounter. Esther just punished him for playing too high, quickly bringing the score back a bit closer. Zeth is fighting his usual trend too. That was effortless for Zeth, and now he is just a single round away from victory. What a finish. Zeth closes it out from the box to secure the victory. He really just tore through everything Esther threw at him. A huge result for the underdog here. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zef facing off on Italy to see who takes the win. Zef holds a clear historical edge in their head-to-head rivalry. It's a bit surprising to see him start slow, considering he won their very last meeting quite convincingly. He'll need to shake off this early mistake if he wants to maintain that lead. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Omnic is really picking up speed here, making it look easy to climb the scoreboard. He just blasts Zef right off the wine, extending his lead to 4. That was a real scrap, but the momentum stays firmly with Omnic. Zef usually has the upper hand in these matchups. Zef responds immediately with a flawless peek to get back in the game. He's just too fast right now, keeping the pressure high and refusing to back down. Omnic is currently holding a strong lead despite having a lower win rate on this particular layout. He's managing to outplay a rival who historically looks much more comfortable in these specific engagements. It will be interesting to see if Zed can actually find an answer for this pressure. Omnic is just dominating, pushing the tally to 7-4. Omnic takes a commanding 8-4 lead. I didn't expect him to run away with it this early. He's completely defying the odds against a rival who usually owns this map. Zef really needs a fresh start here. Zef claws one back, but Omnic still holds a comfortable 8-5 gap. He's been seeing plenty of success today with those 3 straight wins. Unreal. Omnic manages to scrape through that one, barely surviving after knocking Zeth off the wine. Omnic is putting on a clinic, stretching the lead to 10-5. Zeth has been on fire with those 3 straight wins overall today. Absolutely outclassed in that exchange, putting him in total control as the score hits 11. He's simply unstoppable right now, moving one step closer to a clean victory. What a way to finish it! Omnic completely wipes the floor with him to seal the victory. Zeth really struggled to find his footing this time, as he just couldn't keep up with that raw pace. Welcome to the arena. Let's see if Esther can get back on top today against Omnic. Esther owns the head-to-head history with a 75% win rate over the long term. It's interesting to see Omnic entering this server with the confidence of having already won their most recent encounter. It'll be a real test of mental toughness for Esther to shake off those early losses. Esther pulls ahead, holding a tight lead right now. It's a much-needed bounce back after those 3 straight losses. He's absolutely cruising right now, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. The rating difference is starting to show through here. Unbelievable! Omnic barely walks away from that absolute war of attrition. We're all squared up now. Esther and Omnic are deadlocked. Omnic manages to outlast him, dragging Esther right off that ramp to secure a 3rd straight win. Things are looking very different from the usual results we see here. Esther puts that together with a clean finish to bring things back to a draw. Exactly where we'd expect to be given the rating gap. Esther manages to edge ahead by a single round. He's definitely looking to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Just a complete shutdown by Esther, who is now rolling through this series. A huge turn of events considering his recent struggles against Zed. He just can't be stopped, taking a 4th straight as we head into the break. He's absolutely locking down the server right now. Esther takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. I mean, the higher seed is showing his quality. This is basically the result we anticipated going into the match, despite some fighting back from Omnic. Fresh start for both guys. Esther has really leaned into his dominance here, pushing his recent daily record to 26-9. Well, it's a massive shift from how he started his day. I wonder if Omnic can find any way to slow this momentum down. Esther is just dominating, putting up a commanding 9-5 lead. A stark contrast to the way the match started. Esther holds a comfortable cushion at 9-6 now. Slightly surprising to see him holding his own given that ladder gap. Esther is just too quick for him, shutting the door on any potential comeback attempt. The gap in rankings is really showing through right now. Omnic is just not finding an answer right now, and that gap is starting to feel like a canyon. It's a huge contrast to his results against Zed earlier. Esther is simply too fast, standing on the edge of a total victory. Exactly what the pre-match betting predicted would happen. Omnic manages to find a quick answer to delay the inevitable. He definitely needed a moment of stability there. And there it is. Esther secures the final blow to close out the series. He really knows how to play the map in his favor, firmly putting the previous loss to bed. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We have Esther and Zeth stepping up for this duel, with Esther entering as the favorite today. Zeth takes an early lead by claiming that ramp, putting the favorite on the back foot immediately. Zeth is making a real statement early here, putting the pressure on with another quick win. Zeth is already mirroring that win he pulled off on Dunes. Zeth manages to shoot him off the ramp and is now staring down a huge lead. A total flip from their history of encounters. A total wipeout on the ramp as he surges to a 4-round streak. He really looks like he's shaking off those previous head-to-head losses. Esther finally answers back, putting a stop to that run. The higher rated player is finally starting to show his class. That is an effortless second win for Esther, who looks far too comfortable now. The pressure is shifting back toward the man who started slow. What a slugfest. He barely survives that exchange to keep the streak alive. He is starting to look like the superior player on paper. Unbelievable. He's completely erased the deficit to bring us back to a deadlock. A massive turnaround from a crushing start. He just can't stop this run, securing the lead with another strong play from the ramp. A huge mental blow for the challenger right now. Zeth secures a high ground advantage on the boxes to bring the score back to a deadlock. He holds his nerve through a messy exchange to take the lead. The favorite is steadily reclaiming control of this match. Astor holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. Zeth put up a fight with a decent run, but the top-ranked player is just too steady for him right now. Zeth needs an early answer here. Zeth is refusing to go away, using that ramp to claw his way back into a tie. The underdog is really leaning into that previous confidence from Dunes. What a fight! Zeth manages to edge out the victory while barely clinging to life. Absolute chaos, he just barely held on to that one. Zeth is on fire, racking up 3 straight kills to seize control of the map. It's getting hard to ignore the result from their last meeting. He's absolutely cruising now, claiming another fight from the ramp to push the lead to 9-7. The higher ranked player is struggling to find any answers here. He's simply not stopping, extending the streak to 5 and taking total control of the pace. He's just in a different gear right now, putting up a 6th straight win to leave the door wide open. He's just unstoppable, securing a 7th straight win to put himself on the verge of victory. The seedings for this pair look completely irrelevant now. A huge stop for Esther, who clears Zeth off that ramp to keep the dream alive. That's a much needed breath of air for the favorite. The momentum continues to swing as he keeps his opponents guessing with another victory. He's starting to find some stability in these late rounds. Game over. Zeth closes it out with a sharp final blow to secure the victory. That's another head-to-head victory for him, proving once again that he's completely fearless against the higher seeds today. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off today on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Omnic comes out swinging, taking Zeth down while he was still perched on the ramp. The two of them are essentially tied for position on the ladder. Zeth is really struggling to find an answer for those quick snaps right now. He's absolutely on fire right now, claiming a third straight round without taking a single hit. Zeth's head-to-head edge isn't showing up yet. What a scramble! Both players were trading heavy damage, but Zeth manages to claw out the victory here. He needed a strong response and he finally delivered. Unreal, he barely clings to life after that brawl, but he secures the round from the ramp. Zeth usually has the upper hand when these two meet. Zeth continues his climb, shutting him down from the ramp to trim the gap. Omnic can't afford to let this momentum shift too far. Omnic has a really tough time today with a 13-21 record over the last 24 hours. That means he is under a lot of pressure to avoid another losing streak. He needs to maintain this cushion before things ever slip away. Omnic holds a solid 3-round lead heading into round 9. He's definitely trying to repeat that 13-5 blowout from their last meeting. He's showing some real grit, simply out-dueling his opponent to keep the pressure on. Omnic is firmly in control with a 7-4 lead. They're nearly identical in the current rankings. Omnic leads 7-5 at the break. It's been a real toss-up so far, which makes a lot of sense given how close their map win rates are. I'm curious to see if Zeth can close this gap on the switch. Zeth needs to find some quick momentum. Omnic is really capitalizing on his current lead, but he's still fighting an uphill battle against a 37% lifetime win rate. You know, it's a testament to his grit that he's managed to outplay someone who usually has the edge over him. Zeth needs a strong surge right now to stay in the game. Zeth stays sharp, shutting that door completely to keep this rally alive. The momentum is shifting fast toward the favorite. What a statement! He wipes the slate clean and brings us back to a deadlock. He puts an end to that run and takes a 1-round lead. Looking at those rankings, they're practically identical right now. Omnic regains the lead, putting him up 10-8. Zeth's recent win over Aster proves he can take games today. He just outdueled his opponent from the ramp to secure a 3rd straight victory. Zeth is refusing to go quietly, landing an effortless shot to keep this contest alive. Zeth just doesn't know when to quit, putting a stop to that surge with a pristine shot. The confidence is clearly building with every kill. He is simply too fast, evening the score with a lightning quick reaction. Everything is back on the line for a total reset. Omnic shuts the door on that rally and takes a massive step toward the finish line. He looks much more composed than he did in that struggle against Aster. And that is it. A pristine final shot lets Omnic secure the series. He really dug deep to get this result, especially since Zeth usually has the edge in their history. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are stepping onto Mappas to see who comes out on top today. Omnic reacts faster and shuts Aster down quickly while he's trying to hold that ramp, getting an early lead against the heavily favored player. Aster holds a strong 68% win rate across his career, and he seems to be leaning into that experience early on. It's not surprising since he's historically dominated this specific matchup. I wonder if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. That block now, Aster and Omnic are completely neck and neck. He's certainly playing like the higher rated seed at the moment. Aster is starting to put a real grip on this series with that quick set of rounds. He secures the kill from the ramp, continuing this hot streak to take a 2-round lead. The number 13 seed is really asserting his authority now. A complete shutdown as he keeps the momentum rolling with another flawless victory. Omnic answers back with a fast reaction, showing some real grit to claw back into this. He's really putting up a fight, refusing to let the lead slide further away. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Aster's all-time record against Omnic is just on another level. I mean, it's a complete mismatch historically. It feels like those past encounters are weighing heavy on the underdog as he tries to close this gap. Aster is pulling away, now leading by 3 rounds. He's looking much sharper than his recent run of matches. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, the higher seed is holding his ground just like we anticipated. Omnic is showing some spirit, but the gap in skill is still showing here. Fresh sights, let's get back in. Aster keeps the pressure high, extending his lead to 8-5. He looks a bit more settled now after that rough outing against Zeth. A solid response from Omnic, who continues to show a lot of heart in this series. He's refusing to let this match slip away completely. Aster secures that round from the ramp, continuing to trade blows in a very tense back and forth. He's certainly putting that rating difference on display. He's refusing to back down, taking another one to keep this contest alive. Both players are just completely out of sync right now. He's on a roll now, proving that he can keep his composure despite the deficit. He's really starting to scrap for every single point. Unreal, Aster claws back the round in a total firefight, barely surviving that trade. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that near-death experience. Aster is firmly in control again, using that ramp to put a serious dent in Omnic's hopes. Omnic answers right back, continuing to fight for every single inch of this match. The gap in raw skill is shrinking as we enter the final stretch. Omnic finds another opening, keeping his hopes alive as the pressure mounts. It's getting harder to ignore how well the underdog is playing. Aster halts the comeback attempt and now stands on the verge of victory. A huge relief for the favorite to secure this lead. A huge play here by Omnic, picking him off the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's really fighting the good fight right now. And there it is. Aster shuts the door on this series to take the victory. Omnic truly pushed him to the brink, but he just couldn't find that final answer to close the gap. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off today to see who takes the win. Aster has completely dominated this matchup over the long term, winning about 78% of their games together. It's interesting because Zeth actually managed to pull off a victory in their most recent encounter. Now we see if the higher rated player can reclaim control. Zeth is putting on a strong display, quickly shutting Aster down even with the height advantage. Aster just takes control of the map, picking Zeth right off that box. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite. Zeth is just not letting Aster get a foothold right now, utilizing that elevation perfectly. Zeth is really cruising right now with a 4-2 lead. Really making the underdog story feel plausible right now. Another fast response from Zeth to keep his momentum soaring. The 13th ranked player is really struggling to find a way back. He's absolutely untouchable right now, extending that lead to a commanding 6-2. Aster finally answers back and manages to secure a round. Just trying to get some breathing room after that 26-10 stretch today. Zeth really likes that high ground, locking down another round from the box. A huge shift in energy for a player usually trailing in this pairing. Aster puts the pressure back on Zeth, tagging him right off that high ground. It is starting to look like Zeth might not hold a permanent grip on this match. Zeth holds a narrow 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, this is completely defying the historical data. The number 31 ranked player is really making a case for a huge upset here. Let's see if Zeth keeps this pace. He puts up another strong fight, knocking Zeth off the box to tighten the gap. A strong push to keep those underdog hopes fading. Aster is currently on a strong run today with 26 wins total. And honestly, he's trying to use that energy to overcome the early deficit. It will be interesting to see if that overall momentum can finally override the struggle he's had against Zeth in this specific series. He keeps this roll going to tie the game up at 8-8. We are officially back to a dead heat. Zeth is playing with a lot of nerve, managing to take another round and reclaim the lead. That's definitely Zeth's best form we've seen today. Zeth extends the gap to 10-8 with a clutch win. He's really making this match look like an anomaly. He's showing some real grit here, clawing his way back into this thing. He's finally starting to look like the high-seeded player we expected. The pace of this match has been blistering, with almost every round decided in under 3 seconds. Zeth shuts that comeback attempt down quickly, putting himself in a position to end this whole thing right now. And that's it! Zeth finishes him off to secure the victory and close out the series. He's just completely flipped the script on this rivalry. Aster had the historical edge, but Zeth is firmly in control now. Welcome to Orange. Omnic and Zeth are ready to go, with Zeth looking slightly stronger on this map. Zeth holds a significant long-term advantage with 396 total rounds won in their head-to-head history. It's a massive sample size and he's clearly comfortable in this specific matchup. The real question is whether Omnic can keep up with this early momentum. Zeth just edges ahead, taking a 2-1 lead. Surprisingly tight considering the rating difference between these two. These two are trading blows back and forth, completely deadlock at the moment. A total toss-up between these two on the ladder right now. Omnic crawls back into the lead at 3-2. He's looking sharp today, despite that close defeat to Esther earlier. He's simply too fast right now, taking full control of the server. It's a complete toss-up, given how close they are on the ladder. He just can't find a way to slow this guy down, taking the lead to 5-2. It's a stark contrast to his positive record in their previous meetings. Zeth refuses to buckle, showing some real grit with that clean win. He's proving he can hold his own in this series. Zeth shuts it down from the ramp to bring the score back to 5-4. A huge mental reset for him coming into this set. He's absolutely on fire right now, locking in the tie with a huge third straight round. He's definitely playing like the favorite right now. He's just too strong from the ramp, pushing his winning run to 4 rounds. The favorite is really starting to feel the pressure here. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly the kind of close battle we expected from these two. Both players have found long streaks today, so we'll see who stays colder in the second half. He's showing immense resilience now, shutting down the exchange with a near-perfect series of shots. The pre-match favoritism is barely visible at this point. Omnic is keeping his composure, putting up a fight to stay in this game. Definitely showing some of that favorite's resolve now. A completely untroubled kill for Zeth, who is looking very strong right now. He's really making the most of this server advantage today. Zeth outlasts him in a grueling fight, showing some real tenacity to take this round. The gap in their head-to-head records is really starting to show. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, moving closer to a victory with that third straight round. What a scramble. Both players poured everything into that exchange, but Omnic just barely scrapes through alive. A huge sigh of relief for him after that scrap. Zeth survives a frantic duel to put himself just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted toward the underdog. A huge save by Omnic, finding a way to stay in this ride when it mattered most. Showing that favorite's composure in a tough spot. What a finish! Zeth closes this out with absolute precision to secure the victory. He's really proving himself to be the nightmare matchup for Omnic today, continuing the dominance in their rivalry. Aster is historically dominant here, holding a huge 473-154 lead in their head-to-head matches, and we're seeing a continuation of that pattern today. Omnic really has to dig deep if he wants to overturn the odds in this series. Aster is really capitalizing on those height advantages, securing another one from the ramp. We've got a deadlock here with the score tied. He's really fighting a tough battle as the underdog here. Aster pulls ahead by 1 with a slim 3-2 lead. He's certainly putting that ranking advantage on display right now. Omnic is refusing to back down, trading rounds blow for blow right now. This is a much tighter battle than that last Mappas encounter. Aster maintains a narrow edge, leading 4-3. He's showing why he's ranked a lot higher on the ladder. Unbelievable fight. Aster somehow survives the trade and clears him off the ramp. His higher ranking is starting to make a real difference. That was an absolute brawl, but he comes out on top and keeps this hot streak rolling. Just a really tough day for someone currently sitting at rank 31. Aster is simply taking over, securing another clean win from the ramp to extend the lead. He's putting that massive map experience to work. He wins another tough exchange to bring his current tally up to 8. He's really finding his stride after a tough outing against Zeth. Aster heads into the break with a 9-3 lead. Everything is going exactly as predicted for the higher seed. That 6-round run shifted the momentum completely in his favor. Time for a total reset. Omnic shows some real grit here, shutting down Aster's advantage from the ramp to slow things down. He's definitely showing a lot of resilience right now. Aster quickly regains control, shutting down any hope for a comeback after securing that ramp position. His current 24-11 run over the last day is looking sharp. Omnic is currently fighting through a tough run, showing a negative win-loss record over the last 24 hours. It's a massive hurdle to overcome, but he's managing to keep the pressure on in this half. This will be a tough climb if he wants to bridge that gap. Absolute lightning fast reaction to put him in a position to end this series right now. A huge response from Omnic to drop him right off that ramp. A clean stop to prevent the immediate finish. What a scramble! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with a tiny sliver of health left. He's really digging in his heels to keep this from sliding. Game over. Aster seals the victory with a lightning fast shot to close it out. He's simply too consistent for the rank 31 player to deal with. Another solid showing for Aster today. Welcome to the league. Aster and Zeth are facing off on Italy, where the favorite looks strong today. Aster has completely dominated this head-to-head record with over 400 total wins. Well, it's a huge historical gap, but the recent momentum has shifted since their last encounter. Now we see if that previous loss is just a fluke. Zeth is really finding his rhythm, leading 2-1. His rank 13 status is starting to show. Aster has quickly reclaimed control of the map, bringing things right back to an even split. He's just too fast right now, securing another quick win to take the lead. Absolute perfection on that shot, keeping the streak alive. Zeth answers back immediately with a clean shot, cutting the deficit to 1. Zeth hits a clutch shot to lock things up at 4-4. This match is starting to look like their previous encounter on Dunes. Zeth is just relentless, securing another quick kill to keep the streak rolling. He is simply on another level right now, securing his 4th straight victory. It's a tough spot for the favorite to be in right now. Aster puts a stop to that slide right before the break. We're all squared up at 6-6. Well, this is actually exactly what I'd expect. Aster is usually way ahead in their head-to-head history, but both players showed some real grit with those matching 4-round streaks. Clean slate now. Aster pulls ahead by 1 after a fierce exchange. His rating advantage is finally starting to translate into results. Aster is riding a wave of confidence with 25 wins today. It's a strong contrast to Zeth's current form, who has a losing record over the same stretch. It will be tough for Zeth to find a way back into this match. Zeth is showing great persistence here, reacting instantly to secure a fast victory. Aster's really pulling away now, holding a commanding 10-7 lead. Aster is just too consistent right now, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth to find an answer. That a dominant showing compared to Zeth's rough 10-round stretch today. Zeth is keeping himself in the game, refusing to let Aster close this out too easily. Zeth is refusing to go away, putting up another strong fight here. 2 quick reactions in a row for the underdog. He's on fire right now, keeping the pressure on to close that gap. The pressure is mounting for the higher seed to stabilize. Unbelievable. He's erased the deficit entirely and now has the momentum firmly on his side. The odds were firmly against him at the start of this set. Aster answers back with a sturdy exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. He's proving why he entered this set as the projected winner. What a shot! Zeth forces a tie at 12 apiece and pushes this battle into overtime. This is just an absolute nail-biter. Neither of these two is willing to give an inch right now. That's a lot of pressure for the lower-rated side to handle. Zeth is on the ropes now, and that cushion of 2 rounds is starting to feel very comfortable for Aster. What a response! He is truly refusing to buckle under this pressure. He's just too sharp right now, putting the pressure back on the opponent. He's playing exactly like the top seed we expected today. Absolutely electric, he closes it out with the final burst to secure the victory. He really made him sweat for that victory, taking it all the way to the extra rounds. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Mapas. Let's see if Omnic can pull off an upset against the currently stronger Zeth. Zeth holds a slight overall edge in their head-to-head history, leading with 397 rounds won. But that historical comfort isn't showing up in the server right now. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can shake off the early rust and reclaim control. Omnic clears him off the ramp to take a commanding early lead. An unexpected start for a player currently sitting at rank 31. Zeth shows some grit, securing a tidy win from the boxes to put up a fight. Omnic has been outperforming his rank early on. Another high-impact kill for Zeth as he continues to narrow the gap. The gap in their rankings is starting to bridge. Omnic is still firmly in the driver's seat at 4-2. He's really shaking off those 3 straight losses from earlier today. He just isn't letting this slip, closing the gap to a single round. Zeth had the upper hand in most of their previous encounters. Omnic has been struggling significantly with a 13-21 record over the last day. It's surprising to see him look this confident against Zeth, despite a very tough run of form. We have to wonder if he's finally found the right rhythm to pull this off. Omnic is really dominating this set with a 6-3 lead. He's making a statement after those early drops today. He just cannot be stopped, extending his run to 3 consecutive rounds. It is a complete reversal of their last meeting. Absolutely ruthless. He picks Zeth off the box to keep the momentum swinging his way. Zeth usually looks far more composed in these matchups. Omnic enters the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. He is completely ignoring the history here since Zeth has a much better win rate on Mappas. We are seeing a total reversal of expectations as the underdog takes a massive step toward the finish line. Zeth needs to find some answers fast. Omnic just hit double digits, leaving Zeth in the dust. He's completely flipping the script from their last meeting on Orange. Zeth managed to get the better of him while holding the ramp, finally halting that streak. A much needed spark for a player who has won over half of their lifetime encounters. Zeth is really struggling to put any pressure on him lately. Omnic just seems way too quick. Another flawless exchange puts the pressure squarely on Zeth for the final round. It's a stark contrast to those earlier struggles today. Zeth comes up huge from the red to keep himself in this. A quick reminder that we are seeing a huge swing in this series. What a performance! Omnic closes out the series with a final decisive burst. Just a total shift in momentum. He completely took over today, ignoring every bit of the history between these two. Welcome everyone, we're back at the arena for an exciting match between Aster and Omnic. Aster maintains a massive advantage in their career head-to-head. It's a stark contrast to the start of this match where Omnic has taken the opener. He has definitely a hill to climb today given how often he's fallen to this opponent in the past. Omnic holds a slim lead as we enter round 3. This is a real shocker given how he usually performs here. They are absolutely trading blows right now. We've got a dead heat on our hands. Omnic just inches ahead as we hit the 5th. A real grit performance from the number 29 seed today.
Absolute deadlock now as Aster levels the series.
Both of them have been incredibly active in the league today. These exchanges are happening so quickly, both players are reacting almost instantly right now. We're all squared up, heading into round 8. The higher ranked player is really fighting to pull away here. Aster barely edges ahead in this tight battle. That's already his second victory over Omnic in the last few hours. What a huge shift! He's just completely taken over this segment of the map. He's looking every bit the favorite in this contest. Simply untouchable right now. He just keeps piling on the wins. He's really capitalizing on that experience advantage today. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break, and honestly, it's playing out just as we expected. He managed to stack a few rounds in a row to keep a comfortable gap between them. Fresh start as they swap sides. Aster is really showing his depth of experience here with the 24-11 record today. It's a high volume of games, but he's clearly managing the pressure better than his opponent. It will be tough for Omnic to find an answer if this consistency continues. Aster's firmly in control with a 3-round cushion. Omnic is really struggling to put a stop to this momentum. Aster looks completely comfortable here. A tough spot for the lower ranked player to recover from. He's just too fast. That's a 3rd straight round for him, and he didn't even take any damage. A total shutout. Aster has reached match point after an incredible 4-round burst. What a way to wrap this up! Aster closes out the series with a pristine final kill to secure the victory. Omnic put up a valiant effort early on, but he's just not the man for this specific map. Welcome to Fast Aim. Aster and Zeth are facing off today, with Aster entering the match as the clear favorite. Aster is coming into this feeling incredibly confident after a 25-11 run over the last day, and honestly, it shows in how comfortably he started this set. Zeth has spent most of his recent time on the losing end, so we need to see if he can actually find a way to disrupt the rhythm here. Aster is putting on a clinic in the head-to-head today, cleaning up Zeth right off that ramp. He's outperforming the 29th seed quite comfortably right now. Aster is just way too quick from the ramp, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth early on. A familiar story here, given how the head-to-head usually goes. Zeth answers right back with a quick duel on the ramp, keeping this close. Zeth is fighting through a tough stretch of matches today. Unreal! He barely walks away from that fight on the ramp, evening the score at 3-3. The underdog is really making this one a grind. Aster is really capitalizing on those gaps in the defense, punishing Zeth the moment he tried to take that angle. And we are deadlocked at 4-all. Zeth is definitely proving he can hang with a higher seed today. Aster has a sharp eye today, picking Zeth right off those bricks to reclaim the lead. He's seen this result many times in their head-to-head history. Zeth claws back to bring us all square. That was a lightning-fast exchange to tie it up. Zeth is definitely starting to find his footing in this one. We're tied up at 6, all heading into the break. Well, it's a lot closer than the head-to-head stats suggested it would be. We'll see if Aster can pull away in the second half. Time to see who blinks first. Aster strikes back, reclaiming a one-round advantage. He's really leaning on that high all-time win rate today. Aster has a staggering 78% win rate in their head-to-head history. And this current streak is just a continuation of a pattern we've seen for a long time. It feels like Zeth is struggling to find any answer to Aster's aggression. Aster's firmly in control now, leading it 9-7. The gap between these two is showing on the ladder. Zeth is simply refusing to go away today, keeping his hopes alive with that trade on the ramp. Both are fighting for every pixel out there right now. Zeth is completely taking over now, simply outclassing Aster from the ramp to bring this right back to a tie. Aster edges back in front, leading 10-9. He's already seen victory in their other meeting today. And just like that, we're level again at 10 apiece. We're seeing a total reversal of what happened in their Italy set. Zeth is on a real roll right now, moving within 2 rounds of the finish line. The momentum has completely shifted in this one. Both players are practically mirrored right now, just waiting for someone to make a mistake. Aster shuts down that momentum swing instantly and is now just 1 step from victory. Absolutely staggering. Zeth secures that one from the ramp to push us into overtime. What a way to force the extra rounds. The pressure is reaching a boiling point now, with every single trade feeling like a heavyweight fight. He really is the superior force on the ladder today. It's practically a coin toss now, and neither of these players is giving an inch. Zeth is really putting on a show right now, staying lethal from that ramp to pull ahead. The underdog is playing out of his mind right now. He's completely taken over this overtime period, putting the pressure firmly back on his opponent. Zeth is absolutely locked in as he surges toward the finish. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect spray to secure the map. Coming off a loss to the same guy earlier today, it's just wild to see the lower seed completely turn the tide in overtime. Talk about a mental reset, what a performance! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Omnic and Zeph facing off today to see who comes out on top. Omnic was far too quick there, catching Zeth completely off guard while he was perched on the box. Zeth usually finds a way to edge this matchup. Zeth usually owns this matchup with a 52% career win rate. It's surprising to see him struggle this early, since he's generally been the one to come out on top in their history. He'll need to shake off this start if he wants to reclaim that edge. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece as they reset. He's playing much more composed than in that last match together. Unbelievable! He manages to hold the box and scrape through with just a sliver of health left. He's completely taking control of this game now, extending his streak to 4. He's completely flipped the script from their last encounter. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming his 5th straight round with a perfectly clean shot. He's just too fast for everything Omnic is trying, keeping the streak alive for a 6th time. Another flawless sequence from the top of the box, putting him in total control of the map. Omnic finally answers back, putting an end to that long slide. Zeth is currently holding a strong 8-3 lead in this set. He really seems to be making up for that previous loss where he got swept by Omnic. If he can stay this focused, he'll wrap this up in no time. Zeth enters the break with a solid 8-4 lead. I mean, this is basically a dream start for him given how badly he lost their most recent encounter. He's firmly in the driver's seat heading into the second half. Zeth pushes the lead to 9-4 with a dominant display. He's really bouncing back from that loss to Aster. Zeth is just cruising now with a 10-4 lead. That's an impressive turnaround after that earlier blowout defeat. Omnic seems to have the better read on the timings right now, securing that spot on the box. Omnic is putting on some serious pressure now, knocking Zeth right off that perch. A respectable effort for a player sitting at rank 31. He is simply refusing to slow down, making it 3 straight in a row. A fierce battle between the two on the box, but Zeth comes out on top. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, chipping away at that lead 1 round at a time. He just completely shuts down that attempt, picking Zeth right off the box to keep the momentum shifting. He's truly on a roll, securing another victory to keep this comeback attempt alive. Zeth puts himself on the verge of victory with that decisive strike. That's the kind of stability he's shown throughout this series. What a way to close it out. Zeth shuts everything down with a final burst to secure the victory. He really dug deep to avoid another stumble against that guy. Omnic fought back hard in the end. Tough loss for him. Welcome to Orange. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off today, with Aster entering the match as the favorite. Aster has dominated this pairing historically with a 76% win rate over the lifetime of their rivalry. It's certainly unusual to see Omnic taking an early lead given how one-sided these matches usually go. Let's see if this is just a fluke. Omnic is holding a slim 2-1 lead right now. He's currently sitting at rank 13 on the ladder. The tide has turned. Aster quickly erased that early deficit to bring us back to a dead heat. The higher rated player is starting to exert his will. Omnic claws back ahead, putting the pressure on Aster. Omnic is fighting hard for his first series win against his opponent. Absolute deadlock now. We're staring at a 3-3 split. Both players are coming off a rough series against Zeth. Aster is really starting to pull away here. Omnic needs to find a way to break this momentum fast. Coming off an impressive 13-6 result in their previous matchup. He's simply not missing right now, securing his third straight round without taking any damage. The surge is undeniable. That's 4 straight for the favorite. The skill difference is becoming quite apparent as this match progresses. He's simply outclassing everyone right now, walking away from this bout without a scratch. He is just playing at a different level than his opponent right now. What a scrap! Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange to keep things interesting before the half. That was way too close for comfort. Aster goes into the break leading 7-5. Well, things are moving exactly as the analysts predicted. The higher seed is comfortably in the driver's seat after a string of 5 straight round wins. Time to shake things up. Omnic is refusing to go away, shutting this one down with an effortless headshot. He's certainly not letting the favorite run away with this series. Aster is currently playing at a higher level today, boasting a 23-12 record over the last 24 hours. It's that kind of confidence that usually allows him to shut down rallies like the one we just saw. Now the pressure is on Omnic to stop the slide. Aster's back in command, stretching the gap to 9-7. He's really taking advantage of that rating gap right now. Unreal, both of them were nearly gone, but he manages to survive with a sliver of health. He is barely holding on, yet still coming out on top. A wild exchange there, but he digs deep to keep his hopes alive. That's a massive relief for Omnic to finally get a clean win. He's continuing the climb, putting up a fierce fight to close the gap. The underdog has a real chance to pull off the upset now. Aster manages to hold that momentum shift right when things were getting spicy. The 13th seed is really putting his rank to use here. Another quick snap from Omnic, who continues to push right back into this match. The pressure is mounting on the higher seeded player. Aster gets the jump on his opponent and now needs only one more to seal the victory. What a chaotic fight. Omnic survives a brutal slugfest to keep his hopes alive. Just a shred of health left after that exchange. He manages to shake off the damage and close it out. Aster finishes the job to take the match. Omnic really made him sweat for it this time, keeping the pressure on until the very end. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to Italy. Aster takes on Zeth in a battle where the favorite looks very strong today. Aster holds a massive historical advantage with a 78% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear he's playing with a lot of confidence right now. The big question is whether Zeth can keep his recent success against him going. Aster is cruising right now with that 2-1 lead. Zeth has the wind in his sails after that win on fast aim. The momentum has completely shifted. Zeth is simply too fast for him right now. Aster pulls ahead by 1 as we head into round 6. Zeth is certainly fighting the good fight today. Aster is really putting the pressure on with that 4-2 lead. He's really showing that rank 13 pedigree today. Sprinting through the map. Zeth just deleted that round in practically no time. Aster has been on fire lately, putting up a 24-12 record in the last day. It's no surprise he's converting these gunfights so efficiently. He's really starting to assert himself in this series. He's just completely stopped Zeth's momentum, picking up 3 in a row. The skill gap is becoming painfully apparent here. He's simply too sharp right now, securing another rapid victory to keep the pressure high. Aster holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, things are playing out exactly as the analysts predicted. He looked very comfortable during that 4-round stretch to secure the cushion. Let's see how the switch affects them. Aster's now sitting pretty with a commanding 9-4. The gap in their overall win rates is really starting to show. Zeth fights back to make it 9-5. He's definitely not letting that prior loss on fast aim weigh on him. Zeth is putting up a serious fight here, refusing to let Aster put this away early. He's completely shifted the pace of this game, picking up his third straight for a strong charge back into this series. Unbelievable. He keeps moving forward, barely taking a scratch to secure his fourth straight victory. Absolute perfection. He's now completely erased that early deficit to even the playing field. He answers back immediately, putting a stop to that run. A critical hold to ensure Zeth doesn't keep rolling. Zeth is simply refusing to back down, bringing this whole thing back to a dead heat. The underdogs have definitely found a way to scramble back. He's showing incredible grit, moving into the lead for the first time in a while. We have a total deadlock on our hands. This really has become a coin toss for whoever can find the edge first. Zeth is simply not letting up, putting himself just one win away from a huge victory. What a response! He shuts the door on that run and we are headed to overtime. Zeth really needs to find a way to answer back here, or this is going to wrap up quickly. Zeth is really fighting uphill today against the heavier favorite. Aster is simply on another level right now, charging toward a definitive victory with 3 straight. Absolute control from Aster, who's just 1 round away from closing this out. What a finish! He barely survives that chaotic fight to finally close out the series. Zeth really pushed him to the brink in those middle rounds, but that final push was just too strong. What a fight! Welcome everyone! Omnic and Zeth are taking it to the map Mapas today, with Zeth looking like the stronger favorite. Zeth enters this one with a comfortable 52% win rate against Omnic over their long history together. It makes that opening round loss a bit more surprising given how consistently Zeth has held the upper hand. We'll see if he can pivot back to that dominance. And just like that, we're completely locked in a deadlock. Zeth is really trying to maintain that trend from their last match. Zeth is playing with total confidence right now, taking control from the red platform to extend his lead. Zeth is simply too fast for him right now, securing a third straight win. His current form is reflecting that victory from their last meeting. A sharp reaction from Omnic to put a halt to that run. He's definitely feeling the pressure after that tough loss to Aster. Zeth's looking lethal, sitting pretty with a 4-2 lead. His higher rank on the ladder is really paying off tonight. Omnic has really struggled throughout the day with a 13-21 record so far. That lack of momentum is making it very difficult for him to claw back into this series. It's getting hard to see a path to victory for him right now. Omnic responds with a solid kill to keep the score gap manageable. The underdog is finally starting to chip away at that lead. Zeth is pulling way ahead now, leading 7-3. He's certainly capitalizing on the gap in their overall head-to-head records. Zeth is just relentless, extending his lead to 8-3. The lower seed is really fighting an uphill battle today. We head into the break with Zeth leading 9-3, and honestly, he's completely shifted the energy of this series. He's playing way above the neutral expectations we had coming into this map. Omnic needs a spark here. Zeth is just dominating, pushing his lead to 10-3. That was a blistering quick shot to bring this one home. Zeth is simply too fast right now, ending these rounds almost immediately. Omnic manages to put up a fight, picking up a fast win from the red platform. Zeth had held a strong lead in their most recent set. Omnic is fighting back, putting together a nice little run for himself here. The gap in their ladder ratings is barely showing right now. An effortless shot to put the pressure right back on Omnic, leaving Zeth just one round away from the win. Omnic finds his target once again, delaying the inevitable just a bit longer. He's showing a bit more grit than we saw in his previous games today. What a finish! Zeth seals the deal with a perfect final shot to close out the series. He really proved too much for the other guy today. Omnic put up a few fights, but he just couldn't close the gap. Welcome to the league. We've got Aster taking on Omnic on fast aim, with the heavy favorite looking to secure another win. Aster has an overwhelming historical lead, winning over 76% of their head-to-head encounters. It makes sense why the pressure is shifting to Omnic, especially after dropping their last meeting as well. He really needs to find a way to disrupt the pace early. Omnic is hanging in there, trailing by just one. Both players are essentially trading blows right now, and it's a complete deadlock at this stage. A huge shift from his last 4-match results. Omnic clinches the lead, putting the pressure on Aster. Really surprising to see him play this comfortably against the favorite. We're all square now, with both players tied 3-3. He's certainly looking to mirror that outcome from their previous meeting. Aster is really starting to pull ahead now, claiming a couple of quick rounds in a row. His recent struggles on the ladder are starting to show here. A total shutdown of the momentum as he claims a 3rd straight win. He's really leaning into that high rating difference today. Aster just completely shuts him down off the ramp to move ahead by 3. It's a tough spot for the number 31 seed right now. Absolute control from the favorite, extending his run to 5 straight. A tough stretch for the 31st seed, who's already dropped a few today. Aster takes the duel from the ramp, keeping the momentum strong as we head into the break. He's putting that ranking difference into clearer perspective. Aster leads 8-4 going into the break, and frankly this is exactly how we expected the map to go. He completely took over the second half with a 6-round tier to build this cushion. Time for a reset. Omnic is putting up a serious fight with that 13-22 mark from the last day. It's showing he's much more capable of staying competitive than his usual numbers suggest. If he can maintain this focus, we might actually see a real contest here. Aster puts a quick end to that rally, cleaning him up right off the ramp. A sharp response to regain his footing. Aster holds his ground on the ramp to push his lead even further. He's putting a lot of confidence in that 1557 rating. Just wouldn't let go, picking Omnic off the ramp to keep this streak alive. Just another tough outing for the 31st seed. A hard-fought battle here, but Omnic manages to claw back around. A promising sign after his tough run against Zed earlier today. Omnic has really tightened up his game, picking up 2 in a row to narrow the gap. A complete flip from how his day started. Unreal Aster barely survives that exchange to put himself on the edge of victory. That was a nail-biter, but the favorite keeps his composure. Game over. Aster closes it out with a perfect flick to seal the series. Omnic put up a respectable fight, but he just couldn't keep up with that elite speed coming from the top seed. Welcome to the red line map. Let's see if Zeth can pull off an upset against the heavily favored Aster. Aster holds a massive edge in their head-to-head history, having won nearly 80% of their encounters. And with that recent victory over Zeth in their last meeting, the confidence is clearly on his side. It will be a struggle for Zeth to shake this mental block. Aster is just too fast right now, taking a full 3-0 lead. His current number 13 spot on the ladder is showing. Zeth secures the response from the Tetris, showing he's not going down without a fight. The underdog can definitely hold his own when the pressure mounts. Aster really doesn't let him get any breathing room, just snapping onto Zeth as he tried to hold those boxes. Aster is putting on a clinic, leading 5-1.
He is really putting that ranking difference on display.
What a scrap! Zeth barely escapes with his life after that scramble from the ramp. That was an absolute nail-biter for the underdog. He just won't break, putting up another fight to bring the deficit down to 2. The gap is closing faster than anyone expected. He keeps the fire going with a third straight, winning a fierce battle between the ramps.
We're seeing a completely different side of the match now.
Aster answers back quickly to put a 2-round gap between them. Aster is really starting to pull away here, easily picking Zeth right off those boxes. He's really making a habit of winning these head-to-heads. Aster takes a 7-5 lead. Everything is playing out as we thought it would. He's managing the pace well, though Zeth is fighting hard to stay within striking distance. Fresh start, brand new side. Aster catches Zeth on that ramp, extending his lead to 3.
The 13 player is really starting to assert control.
A completely untouched round for Zeth, proving he's far from out of this. He's really refusing to let Aster close this out quickly. Aster handles that situation perfectly, taking out Zeth right off the boxes.
Zeth is definitely feeling the weight of those odds tonight.
Zeth is showing some serious grit, dropping another round by picking the leader right off that ramp. The momentum is definitely shifting back and forth here. Aster catches him on the ramp and really starts to widen the gap here.
Just as we saw in that recent clash on AIM Italy P,
Aster is quickly reclaiming the momentum after picking Zeth right off those boxes. Zeth really stepped up to punish that ramp angle, keeping himself very much in this game.
his experience against those top-tier opponents is paying off.
Zeth keeps up the pressure, outdueling his opponent effortlessly for another round. He's looking far too sharp in these exchanges right now. Zeth secures another one from the ramp, and he's just not letting up on this run.
The tide is completely turning in favor of the Dark Horse.
Unreal, he has completely erased the deficit, bringing the score level at 11 all. This is turning into a complete nightmare for the favorite. He has completely taken over this match, pushing to one more round for the win.
The underdog has completely flipped the script on this series.
Aster shuts it down by picking Zeth off the ramp, forcing the map into overtime.
A huge mental recovery to stay alive in this one.
Absolutely breathtaking reflexes from Zeth to secure the series with a lightning fast finish. Just a total blur of a final encounter. Aster manages to trade back, catching Zeth while he was perched up on the ramp. The tension is peaking as we head into this final stretch. He is showing incredible poise in this overtime stretch, securing a narrow lead. A complete reversal from what the pre-match hype suggested. Zeth keeps his composure to force a massive error, putting himself on the verge of victory. Pure chaos in these final moments. Zeth finishes him off with an incredible shot to seal the series. He just completely broke the cycle, shaking off years of losses to finally get the upper hand. He'll be celebrating this one for a long time. What a fight! Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic and Zeth are facing off now, and the odds seem to lean towards Zeth tonight. Zeth holds a clear advantage in their head-to-head history with 399 total round wins. It makes sense, since he also walked away with their most recent encounter. Omnic is fighting uphill right now. He's simply too fast right now, sweeping through the early stages of the set. The rating gap seems irrelevant with how this is starting. Zeth answers back immediately, showing he's not going to fold under the pressure. He's staying composed, erasing that early lead and narrowing the gap to 3-2. He's really proving why he entered today as the heavy favorite. Zeth completely shuts him down, squaring the map and erasing that early deficit. It's a completely different story than how this set opened. Another lightning fast reaction, and now Zeth has officially taken the lead. Absolutely untouchable from the ramp. He's now claimed 5 straight rounds. A huge shift from the early stages of this set. Another perfect encounter for Zeth, who is simply in a different gear right now. Finally, a response from Omnic, putting a stop to that onslaught with a rapidly delivered shot. Zeth quickly regains his footing, keeping the pressure high as we head toward the head. A quick adjustment and he's back in control. Zed takes an 8-4 lead into the intermission. I mean, he's definitely making the most of his map advantage here. Omnic has to tighten up if he wants to claw back into this. Time for Omnic to step up. Omnic has really struggled today, going 13-21 in his last several matches. So yeah, he's desperately needing a spark to turn things around. It'll be interesting to see if this little run of momentum can actually shift the tide. Zeth is comfortably in the driver's seat at 9-6. Zeth is fighting his first real adversity since that opener. He's refusing to let the game slip away, taking another round to tighten his grip. The gap in their rankings is definitely playing a role here. Zeth holds a strong 3-round lead as we enter 17. He's on a roll now, securing another point to keep this comeback alive. He's finally starting to find some confidence after those rough recent sets. He's simply on fire right now, securing a 3rd straight victory in this impressive charge. Incredible, he has completely flipped the script to even this map at 10-10. Neither of these two is giving an inch right now. He recovers quickly, securing another point and moving within striking distance of the win. He's definitely leaning into his role as the favorite tonight. That was instantaneous, and now he's just 1 round away from victory. What a reflex! Omnic survives another scare, keeping his hopes alive with a perfect shot. What a finish! Zeth closes it out, completely unscathed to secure the victory. Honestly, it's an incredible effort from Omnic. He really pushed the pace and nearly forced that game into a tiebreaker. What a fight! Welcome to the show. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Italy to see who can hit 13 rounds first. Aster holds a commanding 76% success rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's the heavy favorite based on the numbers. We'll have to see if Omnic can actually build some momentum after that opening round. Aster's pulling ahead, but Omnic is still right there. Omnic's struggle is showing, coming off a tough 6-game skid. We've got a real deadlock on our hands early on, with neither player able to sustain a lead. Omnic has the edge, leading 3-2. It's a surprising turn for a player ranked 32nd on the ladder. A complete shutdown by Omnic, who's now looking completely unstoppable with 3 in a row. Absolutely relentless. He is just tearing through the competition right now. Aster quickly finds his mark to hold that run and claw back around. That's a promising spark for the favorite in this series. What a fight. Omnic barely walks away from that one, scraping by with a tiny sliver of health. He's really shaking off those previous losses right now. Aster is refusing to go away, cleaning up that exchange and pulling closer to the lead. He keeps the pressure on, moving closer to a draw before they switch sides. The momentum has shifted completely in these last 2 frames. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. Well, it's a stalemate for now, but Aster is still comfortably playing his role as the stronger player. He should have a slight advantage as they switch sides. Fresh start for both guys. Omnic takes a 1-round lead as we start this half. The lower ranked competitor is proving to be a real problem tonight. He's really digging in his heels now, bringing us back to a dead-even split. The gap in their ladder positions is barely visible right now. What a response! He's barely broken a sweat while reclaiming the lead. It is looking like the expected outcome from the start. And just like that, they're deadlocked at 8 apiece. This is a complete reversal from that last 8-13 result. That's an effortless victory, and he's continuing to push through this comeback attempt. Both players are locked in a fierce tie at 9. That was an incredibly fast exchange. He's not giving an inch, securing a quick one-sided exchange to extend the lead. He's completely in control now, taking another round to solidify his grip on the match. The tension is peaking here. We've got a real nail-biter on our hands as this series stays tight. A tough afternoon so far with those 3 recent losses. Omnic has completely flipped the script, seizing control of the match at the most critical moment. He's just on another level right now, effortlessly moving to within 1 of a victory. Unbelievable survival. Aster claws his way back to a tie, barely escaping that chaotic exchange with a sliver of health. He just keeps coming. Another huge win as the recovery effort stays on track. The momentum has completely shifted back into his favor. We are headed straight into overtime. I can't believe we're still fighting for this thing. A massive shift from their previous meeting on fast aim. Omnic is absolutely locked in, turning a huge deficit into a late game surge. He's putting up a fight despite the huge gap on the ladder. What a tenacious effort by Aster, weathering the storm to bring the total score level. The underdog is really making this a fight for his life. Absolutely cold-blooded. He completely shuts the door on that momentum swing and puts himself just one step away from victory. Incredible! Aster finishes the job and secures the series with a stellar final sequence. He really pushed that one to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't close out those final frames in overtime. What a fight! Welcome to Orange. Aster and Zeph are stepping up for this match, though Aster is definitely the one to beat today. Aster usually dominates these meetings with a 78% head-to-head win rate, but he's already dropped the first round to a player who just beat him in their previous encounter. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can maintain that psychological edge. Aster claws back to a 2-1 lead. He's clearly making up for that loss on red line. He is absolutely on fire right now, securing a third consecutive victory. That's his high rating starting to show through. Absolute control from Aster, who just completely shut down the competition. He's making a quick statement after that loss to Zeth. Zeth responds with a strong play, showing he's not going to go down easily. Zeth is certainly playing like a man with nothing to lose here. Aster's positioning was spot on here, taking the duel while perched up on the ramp. Zeth has definitely been fighting a tough battle today. Zeth keeps the pressure on and manages to pick him off the ramp. He's proving why he's a dangerous underdog in this series. Aster's 23-13 record over the last day proves he's in peak form coming into this. And we can see that translating to a high level of confidence in his duels. It will be tough for Zeth to shake this momentum as he falls further behind. The momentum is completely shifted now as he takes another effortless round. Aster takes a huge lead going into the break at 9-3, and honestly, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. Zeth needs to find a way to stop that bleed if he wants a chance in the second half. Zeth needs to find an answer fast. Zeth manages a quick recovery to bring it to 9-4. He's certainly playing with some extra confidence after those recent wins. Aster puts a firm grip on things at 10-4. The top 15 talent is really starting to separate himself here. Zeth is trading rounds here, refusing to let Aster pull even further away from the scoreline. Zeth claws back to 6, but Aster's still in charge. Zeth is definitely feeling his best right now. Zeth was starting to put a string together, but Aster just stepped back up to shut that down. The rank 13 seed is firmly back in the driver's seat. Zeth is really making a push here, keeping Aster from sliding toward a quick finish. Zeth is definitely leaning on that recent victory over him. Zeth is really putting some pressure on him now, refusing to let that lead slip any further. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but he edges out the win to reach match point. Unreal to see him walk away with that one, given how low his health was. Game over. Aster closes out the match with a perfect final exchange to take the victory. He just proves why he's such a nightmare for Zeth on this particular map. Truly a clinical performance. Welcome everyone, we've got Omnic and Zeph facing off on Mappas, with the favorite Zeph looking to keep his momentum going. Omnic is entering this series in a rough patch with a 10% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's surprising to see him out in front early given how he's been struggling lately. He'll need this early lead to hold if he wants to overcome Zeth's historical edge. Zeth is really feeling the pressure down 2-1 now. A bit of an upset given that Zeth usually holds the upper hand here. Zeth manages to hold the height on the ramp to secure the trade, and now we're completely deadlocked. Omnic is reacting quickly today, just cleaning him right off that ramp to extend the lead. Neither man is backing down as we hit a 3-3 tie. A much closer fight than their last meeting on Blame map. Zeth claws back into a 4-3 lead. A tough break for a player currently sitting 32nd in the league. This series is becoming an absolute grind. We're seeing a total stalemate as they swap rounds back and forth. Omnic just completely shuts him down coming off the ramp, and now he's taking control of the map. He's simply outclassing him right now, taking a commanding lead as this streak reaches 3. A total shutdown to secure another round as he heads into the break with all the momentum. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. The roles are completely reversed here. Despite that huge map advantage Zeth holds on paper, Omnic is simply outperforming him in every single duel right now. Time for a fresh start. Zeth really holds the historical edge here, having won over 50% of their total duels. Well, this specific result brings him right back into a playable position. The big question is if he can capitalize on this mini run before Omnic finds his footing again. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-6. He's showing a lot more confidence than he did against Aster. That was a flawless display of precision, and Zeth is starting to put on the pressure. His higher ladder rating is finally starting to show. Both players traded heavy damage here, but he manages to dig deep and secure the win. He's finally playing like the man the oddsmakers expected. Unbelievable. He barely survives that exchange to even the score, and he's now completely flipped this map on its head. Omnic puts a stop to that run and takes a slim lead once again. His current form has him struggling a bit more today. The speed of these exchanges is getting wild. Omnic is just blinking and finding the headshot. He's showing real grit here, simply erasing his opponent from the server. His head-to-head record should be giving him plenty of confidence. Zeth manages to edge out another victory, bringing this series to a complete deadlock. Absolute chaos now. Neither side is giving an inch. He's simply relentless, taking a massive lead of 12-11 and putting himself one step away from victory. Absolutely unbelievable! Zeth completes the comeback and secures the map victory. Honestly, we have to give it to Omnic for staying in this as long as he did. He really pushed him to the brink. What a match! Welcome to the red line map. We've got Aster and Omnic facing off. Though Aster enters this one as the heavy favorite. Omnic really jumped on the trigger there, catching Aster while he was still navigating the ramp. Aster owns a commanding history here with a 76% win rate in their head-to-head. It's clear that the mental edge is firmly on his side. Given the gap in their ratings, it'll take some serious composure from Omnic to keep this close. A dead heat now. Aster and Omnic are locked. Omnic is fighting hard to shake off a rough run of form. Aster is just starting to separate himself, grabbing a crucial lead in this series. He's certainly putting that rating gap into perspective. Aster's pulling away now with a 2-round. He's definitely reflecting that gap between rank 13 and 33. He's just untouchable right now, completely erasing Omnic's earlier progress. Looking back, he's been outclassed across their most recent meetings. Omnic is showing great resolve, taking that exchange without losing a single point of health. He's fighting his way back after that rough start to the game. Aster is really putting the pressure on now, catching Omnic right as he tried to push up that ramp. That really mirrors the struggle Omnic has faced in his last 10 games. Aster is just lightning fast right now, cutting through the defense from the ramp before Omnic could even react. Unreal. Omnic scrapes through with a sliver of health, barely surviving a brutal firefight from the ramp. He really needs a spark after that 8-match losing slide. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break, and honestly, it's exactly what we expected to see. He's just a step ahead of Omnic on this map, and that class difference is showing. Let's see if Omnic can pivot. Omnic is really digging in here, as we've seen him take over 150 rounds as the underdog across their total history. That level of resilience is exactly what he needs to chip away at this lead. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. Omnic is really shaking things up now, catching Aster while he was still perched on the ramp. He's really clawing back for some respect in this series. Omnic puts on a strong display, completely denying Aster from the ramp to stay in the hunt. The momentum is shifting back to the challenger. Aster keeps his grip of a 10-7 lead. A strong finish to the day for Aster after those 23 wins. Aster is really starting to push the pace here, utilizing the ramp to secure another quick victory. What a gritty finish from the ramp, putting him on a serious roll as we hit match point. A really dominant display from the favorite so far. Game over. He closes out the set with a final burst to seal the victory. He just looks far too comfortable in this matchup. It's a tough day at the office for Omnic, who can't seem to find an answer for him. Welcome to the Dunes. We have Aster and Zeth facing off today, with Aster entering as the clear favorite. Aster has a massive historical advantage, having won about 78% of their career meetings, and we're seeing that dominance carry over into this session. Honestly, it'll take some serious adjustments from Zeth to shake this pattern. Zeth is pulling ahead now, leading it 2-1. He's playing out of his skin right now. A very quick exchange there. We're back to a dead heat, as neither one is letting the other pull away. Zeth takes the lead with a tight 3-2 advantage. It is quite a reversal from their recent duel on Orange. Aster just clawed back to tie it up at 3-all. He's showing a lot of confidence after that 24-12 run today. Zeth is really holding his ground here, refusing to let the favorite pull away from him. Zeth is really making his presence felt from that elevation, carving out a nice lead here. Zeth holds a slim one-round edge at 5-4. Zeth is fighting a tough uphill battle against the higher-rated player. Zeth has managed to find an answer to the pressure today, putting himself in a strong position. It's a complete reversal from how he fared in their last encounter. Now the pressure is firmly on Aster to put on a clinic if he wants to climb back into this. Zeth takes a surprising 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, he is really defying the historical odds right now. We have to see if Aster can snap out of this funk and reclaim his usual control. Time to see a new look. Zeth is just not letting up, and he's doing it by taking Aster right off that box. A really surprising turn of events, given the gap between them on the ladder. Aster puts on a strong display here, effortlessly closing that gap to a 2-round difference. He's really digging in now, securing another round as the gap continues to close. The momentum is shifting back toward the top-rated seed. What a response! He just cleared the box to bring this map completely level. A huge swing for the higher seed. Zeth recovers quickly, reclaiming the 1-round advantage. He's definitely not feeling like the lower-ranked seed right now. Zeth still controls the tempo with a 10-8 cushion. His current form is easily matching that of his opponent. He's simply on another level right now, extending that run to 3 straight. The lower-ranked seed is just outplaying him right now. A tough scrap there, but Aster manages to persevere and keep his hopes alive. He's fighting hard to keep the pace a bit closer. Another clean exchange, and the comeback is officially in full swing. The pressure is mounting for the underdog to close this out. A sharp read there as Zeth takes him right off the box to move within a single round of victory. The momentum shifts back to the underdog at a critical time. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out right there to claim the victory. Just a phenomenal showing from the underdog today. He completely shifted the dynamic of this rivalry. What a performance. Welcome everyone, Omnic and Zeth are facing off on Italy today with the favorite Zeth looking to keep his momentum. Omnic is walking into a tough situation here after losing 9 games in a row. That's a staggering slump to overcome, especially against an opponent who has beaten him in the majority of their lifetime encounters. Zeth really needs to lean on that historical advantage to get things back on track. Unreal Precision is taking full control of the server right now. He manages to dig deep and reclaim a round, showing he's not going away easily. The higher seed is finally starting to shake things up. Zeth is showing serious grit, walking away from that exchange completely unscathed. His raw aim is certainly living up to the hype today. He's completely erased that early deficit, leveling the series perfectly at 3-3. A closer encounter this time, but he still comes out on top to take the lead. He keeps the pressure high to force a complete deadlock here. This parity is surprising given their rank difference. Omnic clawed back the advantage, leading it 5-4 now. He's playing with a lot more confidence than in that last encounter. Zeth is proving incredibly tough to put away, bringing the score right back to a dead heat. He is really displaying a lot of heart to climb back into this match before the break. We head into the break with Zeth leading 7-5. I mean, Omnic is really defying the odds by staying this close. He's fighting back hard despite those 9 straight losses he entered this match with. Fresh start for both here. Zeth narrowly maintains his edge at 7-6 right now. He really needs this result after that tough loss to Esther earlier. Total chaos now, as Omnic forces a tie. Zeth really needs to reclaim his focus after a rough few rounds. A fast, precise shot puts him back in front. He's playing a bit more poised than he did earlier today. He's shutting the door on any comeback attempt, taking another round with a completely clean sweep. He's playing like the higher rated man tonight. Zeth holds a slim lead as we enter round 17. The underdog is refusing to fade away. Absolute insanity. They are tied up at 9 apiece. It's a complete toss-up between these two right now. He is simply unstoppable right now, walking away from this one without taking a single point of damage. Another lightning fast reaction from Omnic as he just keeps rolling through this series. The momentum is firmly in his hands as he pushes the score to 12-9. Total reversal of expectations from the pre-game forecast. What a conclusion! He closes it out with a perfect shot to take the victory. I can't believe we just saw that happen. He finally broke that nightmare losing streak in a huge way today. Tough loss for Zeth. Welcome to the Berserk League. We've got Aster taking on Omnic on fast aim. Let's see if the favorite can keep his streak alive. Omnic looked sharp from the ramp to get the early lead here. A surprising start for the low-rated player today. Aster controls the pace again, using that ramp to keep everything level. He's definitely leaning on that head-to-head dominance here. Omnic is putting up a surprising fight despite a negative record today. He's currently playing way above his typical level. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure on Aster. Omnic is somehow gripping a 3-2 lead right now. He's really defying those head-to-head numbers right now. They are completely trading blows right now, neither one willing to let the other pull away. Pure grit from the number 32 spot to keep this close.
Omnic just edged ahead, leading 4-3 now.
It's a complete flip from that 13-7 dominant performance earlier. Aster handles the pressure well, cleaning him up while he was still positioned on the ramp. Omnic maintains a narrow one-round lead at 5-4. He's really putting that 13-9 win over Zeth to good use. Omnic is really starting to seize control of the map, comfortably holding that ramp position to build his lead. Something's different today compared to their previous match. Omnic keeps his nose ahead, holding a slim 6-5 lead. That 13th spot on the ladder is starting to show. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 as we head into the break. Honestly, the map win rates suggested a much more one-sided affair, but Omnic is standing his ground right now. Let's see if he can hold it. Let's see who blinks first. Aster is really starting to find some momentum now, taking a quick round while Omnic was stuck on that ramp. Just a stark difference in the general win rates we're seeing today. Aster's all-time win rate is a commanding 68%. You can really see that confidence reflecting in how he's just dismantled the last 4 rounds. It's a tough spot for Omnic to climb out of now. He just can't find an answer, dragging Omnic down from the ramp to take a massive 3-round lead. Omnic shuts that door quickly, picking him off the ramp to bring the score back to 9-7. He's showing the poise of a player who's comfortably in the top 30. He's refusing to back down, using the ramp to shut that momentum dead. He's proving to be a dangerous underdog in this set. Absolute control now, he's wiped out the deficit and forced a deadlock at 9-all! This is a total reversal of the pre-game expectations. Unreal, he's now taking over the map with a 4-round surge of his own. Absolute chaos now, just a total reversal of the momentum. A sharp exchange there, and Aster quickly brings this series back to a deadlock. He answers right back. Omnic is simply refusing to crumble under the weight of this match. His performance is mirroring that high-scoring win against Zeth. And that's another huge play from the ramp, putting the pressure squarely on Aster. He's really starting to shake off those earlier nerves. Aster keeps his hopes alive with a lightning-fast read on that opening engagement. He's certainly fighting to regain that top-tier form. Aster catches him perfectly on the ramp, leveling the score at 12-all. His 13th spot on the ladder is really proving to be a factor. He's simply too fast right now, extending his lead to 13-12 with another effortless shot. The rating gap is starting to feel significant. The streak of 4 just keeps rolling as he manages to pull off another win. It's a familiar sight given their overall match history. Absolutely wild exchange. He barely scraped through that trade, but his streak now hits 5. Pure luck on that final shot, but he's completely rewritten the script. What a read! Omnic just shut down that momentum in a heartbeat. A necessary wake-up call for the top seed right here. He closes it out perfectly. Esther secures the series with an untouchable final shot. Omnic really pushed him to the edge this time, but that's where the experience took over. He just barely kept his cool in the endgame. What a fight! Welcome everyone. Aster and Zeph are facing off in the arena, where the favorite looks strong going into this one. Aster was way too quick on those reactions, catching Zeth right as he tried to hold that ramp. He's usually the one controlling the pace in this head-to-head. Aster has won a staggering 78% of their previous meetings. And while that historical gap is huge, Zeth actually managed to take their most recent duel. It will be interesting to see if that victory gave him any confidence to push back here. He just can't find a way through, and Aster puts him off the box to keep the streak rolling. A tough start for the number 25 ranked player. Absolute perfection, he's just not letting up, claiming a 5th straight victory. He's just completely outclassing Zeph right now, taking him down from the box to extend the lead to 6-0. Zeth finally answers back with a quick shot to get on the board. He's proving his recent win on Blame Dunes wasn't just a fluke. Incredible! He claws through that chaos to survive with barely anything left in the tank. Aster just doesn't let him get any breathing room, quickly shutting Zeth down from the box. The higher rated player is starting to assert his will here. Aster has a massive advantage over the long haul with a 72% map win rate. It's clear he usually owns this territory, but Zeth is refusing to fold despite the rating gap. If he keeps this level of resistance, this could actually get tense. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is exactly what we anticipated from the top seed. He nearly ran away with it early, but Zed is staying in the fight. Let's see who finds their rhythm first. Zed just crushed that encounter, proving he's not going to buckle under the pressure. Things are heating up for the underdog as we move toward the end. Absolutely incredible resolve from Zed, clutching that duel from the ramp to tie this series up at 7-7. He catches him from the ramp to hold the lead and put the pressure back on Aster. He is completely taking over this second half. Unbelievable! He's just completely shifted the energy of this match, taking a 4th straight round. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. Aster quickly shuts things down to hold that run. His superior rank is really starting to show in these high pressure moments. Zed is just refusing to go away, effortlessly picking Aster off that ramp. The lead is growing for the underdog. Zed is simply untouchable right now, closing the gap and putting his opponent on the defensive. Zed is showing the form he brought into this game. Aster is digging in, refusing to let the lead slip further as he secures this round. Zed is showing just how dangerous he can be today. Zed looks sharp as he claims that round, putting himself just one win away from a massive turnaround. This is the most dominant he's ever looked in their career history. What a fight! Aster manages to clear the ramp to keep his hopes alive. That was an incredibly clean read on the positioning. What a stunner! Zed completes an unbelievable comeback to secure the match victory. To think he was down so early and still managed to pull this off. He's really shaken the rankings today. What a fight! Welcome to the league. We've got Omnic and Zed facing off on red line, with Zed entering this one as the favorite. Zed is coming in with a strong 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. It is a stark contrast to the struggle we have seen from Omnic lately. We have to see if he can keep that momentum going. Omnic is really playing aggressively right now, completely shutting down Zeft's attempt to hold that ramp. He's really struggling to close these out, given the historical edge. He's just too fast right now, putting an end to Zeft's hopes of a big run. A bit of a shock, given the gap on the ladder. He's absolutely on fire, stepping up his game to take a commanding lead. A complete reversal from that 13-9 set we saw in their last meeting. Both players took heavy damage in a chaotic exchange, but he just will not stop winning. He is really putting the pressure on right now. Simply unbelievable. He just clears out Zed from the ramp to make it 6 in a row. He's really defying the odds for a 33rd ranked player. He secures another win from the ramp, pushing his lead to 7-1. He's really flipping the script on the usual head-to-head dynamics. He's completely in control, finishing this one without taking a single point of damage. Zed finally finds his opening, knocking his opponent off the ramp to stop that run. It looks like Zed is finally starting to recall that overall H2H edge. Omnic is simply too precise today, using that high ground to push his lead even further. Hard to believe his recent form had him at 10%. Omnic takes a big 9-3 lead into the break. Well, Zed was expected to take control here, but he just can't find a way to stop the bleed. Omnic is playing completely out of his mind right now. Time for Zed to wake up. Zed is starting to chip away at that deficit, getting those quick entries to close the gap. The overall head-to-head record really favors the higher-ranked player. He keeps his distance, but that quick reaction on the ramp puts him right back in the driver's seat. A total contrast to those recent struggles he had against Aster. Zed is holding his own from the ramp and refuses to let this slip away. Looking back, his high-tier rating usually provides a cushion like this. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Zed barely scrapes through with the win. He's really clinging to life right now, barely walking away with that one. That is simply effortless. He keeps the roll going with another perfect round. The momentum shift is real after his recent win over Aster. He quickly regains his footing and puts a secure round on the board. He continues to play way above his ranking today. What a read! Omnic wins that head-to-head battle on the ramp and puts himself just one round away from victory. Zed is just completely out of answers in this set. Unreal, he burns through the final defense to secure the series. Just a complete performance today. He really stepped up and proved that the rank difference doesn't mean a thing on this map. Welcome back everyone. Aster and Omnic are heading to Orange to see who comes out on top today. Aster holds a massive historical advantage, winning about 76% of their head-to-head encounters. It's clear that this psychological edge is weighing on Omnic today. We have to see if the underdog can find a way to break that cycle. He barely escaped that clash, but Aster continues to push forward. Omnic is really struggling to get any momentum going here. And he answers back. Omnic shows some real grit to get his first point on the board. A brief glimpse of confidence for the underdog. Aster is just dominating this set, holding a 4-1 lead. Omnic is really struggling to stay consistent today. He just completely shut that down, refusing to let the gap widen further. He is certainly fighting harder than expected today. He's staying sharp, keeping his composure to take a second straight victory. The gap is closing quickly for the favorite. Unbelievable. He claws his way back to a deadlock, completely erasing that lead. A complete reversal of fortunes from how we expected this to go. Aster gets a clean look and takes a slight lead back. He's looking to recapture that feeling from their most recent meeting. That was way too close for comfort. Both players have shown they can trade blows in this set. What a chaotic scramble. He barely survives that exchange to take the lead, heading into the break. Absolute nail-biter for both of them lately. Aster goes into the break with a 7-5 advantage. I mean, he's clearly the better player here, but Omnic is putting up a respectable fight. He'll need a perfect start to the second half to overcome that deficit. Time to see how they adjust. Aster has put together a strong run with a 23-12 record over the last day. It's making a huge difference in how he's controlling the pace of this match. Now, we just have to see if Omnic can find a way to break this streak. Aster is pulling way ahead now at 9-5. His rank in the top 15 is starting to show. Aster completely shuts the door on that comeback attempt, securing another win from the ramp. His ranked 13th spot is looking more and more deserved. What an absolute brawl! He manages to outlast the pressure and extend his lead to 11-5. Just another result similar to the recent fast aim clash. He managed to win the exchange this time to keep the fight alive. He's certainly not letting the rating gap discourage him. Aster survives that flurry of shots to put himself on the verge of victory. Everything seems to be clicking into place for the higher seeded player. And that's it! Aster shuts the door and secures the victory. He really leaned into his map advantage here, making it look effortless for the most part. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got a great duel today on maps featuring Aster and Zeth. Aster comes into this with a massive overall head-to-head lead, winning 77% of their lifetime meetings. But it's interesting to note that Zeth actually managed to win their very last encounter. It will be a fight to see if that recent victory gives him some confidence here. Aster is really starting to pull ahead now. He's been a force today with a 24-12 record across the server. What a fight! Zeth survives by a hair and evens the score from the boxes. The lower ranked man is fighting back hard here. Aster barely edges ahead in this tense battle. Expectations are holding steady with the favorite reclaiming a slim lead. Aster's firmly in control with a 2-round cushion. Zeth is really feeling the heat after that tough loss to Omnic earlier. He survives a fierce exchange and keeps this run going. He's looking very composed after that previous victory against Omnic. Aster is simply too quick, securing another victory to reach 4 straight. The gap between these two on the ladder is starting to show. Zeth manages to put a stop to that run, clawing back around. It's clear he's not intimidated by the ranking gap tonight. Aster has really put together a dominant session, managing a 24-12 record throughout the day. So yeah, it's becoming a lot easier for him to lean into that high level of confidence, while Zeth struggles to find an answer. Aster is just run away now, sitting pretty at 8-3. Zeth is fighting a tough battle against the top 15. Aster takes a commanding 9-3 lead into the break. I mean, everything we expected to see from the higher seeded player is happening right now. He's just simply too consistent for Zeth to keep up with. Let's see if Zeth awakens now. Zeth grabs one back, but Aster still holds a huge 9-4 advantage. He's fought through a lot of tough games today. Zeth finds some footing, narrowing it to 9-5. He's definitely trying to prove that his recent win over Aster wasn't a fluke. Aster is refusing to let Zeth build any real momentum here. Looking to restore that 405-118 head-to-head advantage. The momentum is shifting back to the favorite as those quick exchanges are starting to favor Aster. Absolutely effortless. Aster takes control of the series and is now just one victory away from closing the door. What a finish! He shuts the door with a perfect final shot to seal the victory. He really just kept the pressure on from the start and didn't give Zeth any room to breathe. Welcome to the stream, everyone! We've got Omnic and Zed facing off on dunes to see who comes out on top. Zed has generally come out on top in their long-standing rivalry, controlling over half of their career encounters. It's clear he's feeling confident today, especially with his current hot streak in the last 10. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this pressure. Omnic is really putting the pressure on right now, taking a commanding lead after that fast play from the box. We've got a dead heat. 2-2 between these two. Zef is generally the more consistent of the two on the ladder. Omnic just pulled ahead, putting Zed on the back foot. The lower ranked player is certainly making his mark early. These rounds are flying by. Zed is really struggling to keep up with Omnic's speed right now. Unreal, Zed barely escapes that exchange, clinging to a single point of health to survive. That high rating should be starting to pay dividends. A real battle for the high ground there, but Omnic was just a fraction faster to the trigger. Omnic holds a slim lead, 5-4 now. He's showing why he's sitting higher on our rating right now. Omnic is just too quick pulling that off, even with Zeth holding the high ground. Zeth looks much more comfortable now, using that elevated position to fight his way back into a tight spot. We're all square at 6-6, heading into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly like the toss-up we expected. Zed has more experience on this map, but Omnic is holding his own. Time to see who blinks first. Zed is really starting to lean into this momentum, shutting Omnic down even with the height advantage. Zed seems to be finding a way to bounce back after that redline defeat. Zef has an all-time win rate of 44% in the league, and right now he's really capitalizing on that consistency. So yeah, it's starting to look like the gap between them in the ratings is finally translating into a real lead on the board. Zeth stays protected on the box and keeps his lead, just refusing to let this match slip. The higher seed is clearly stabilizing after those earlier jitters. Zeth is cruising now, with a commanding 3-point gap. Looking a lot sharper than he did in that loss to Esther earlier today. Omnic is refusing to go away, cutting the deficit down to 2 rounds. We're seeing the underdog really fight back into this one. Zeth is really tightening his grip on this game, making it very difficult for Omnic to mount a comeback. Zeth secures that kill from the box and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. He's proving why he's the higher seed in this duel. And that's it. A totally clean finish to wrap things up and secure the victory. That's a huge result for Zeth, getting his revenge for that earlier loss on Redline today. He's definitely got the upper hand in this rivalry. Welcome everyone. Aster and Omnic are stepping onto Italy for this match, though the heavy favorite is looking strong today. Aster holds a substantial historical advantage, with a 76% win rate in their head-to-head meetings. It's a gap that explains why the favorite is looking so comfortable in these opening exchanges. We just have to see if Omnic can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern. What a scramble! Omnic claws his way back from the brink to edge out that win. It's a strange look for him, considering those tough results earlier today. He's completely taking over now, picking up another effortless point to extend his lead. He's just relentless, walking away without taking a single point of damage. A tough spot for a player sitting at rank 13 on the ladder. Aster shows some real grit here, putting on a strong performance to get closer in the score. He's really digging in here, weathering a rough start to trim the gap. He's proving he can hold his own against the top 20. What a surge! He's completely erased that deficit to bring the score level. The underdog is definitely feeling the pressure now. Omnic steps back in front, securing a clean outplay to regain a slim advantage. Omnic has managed 10 wins today despite a challenging run of form. And it's quite a shift from his usual results given his struggle across the board lately. The question now is if he can keep this momentum through the halfway mark. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the switch. Honestly, everything is going the opposite way of the historical data right now. We might be witnessing a huge shock here. Time to see who blinks first. He just can't be stopped right now, putting together another effortless sequence to keep this rally going. The gap in skill we expected is finally starting to show. Omnic is cruising with a 2-point cushion now. It is a worrying spot for a player ranked 33rd overall. Omnic is staring down a dominant 9-6 lead. Omnic is fighting back after a rough set of results. He's totally in control now, putting his opponent in a deep hole. Aster manages to shut things down, keeping the pressure on as he narrows the gap. He's refusing to back down, picking up another flawless round to stay in this. Still doesn't look like the performance we'd expect for a player of his caliber. Omnic is really starting to pull away, and he seems quite comfortable with the lead right now. It is certainly a stark contrast to his usual performance in these bouts. A lightning-fast reaction puts Omnic just one win away from the victory. Unbelievable. He manages to secure the series with almost no health left after an absolute war of attrition. He's really pushed past those lifetime odds today, coming out on top despite everything the history books predicted. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We have Aster and Zeth facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Aster is clearly the favorite here, leading the head-to-head record with a massive 406 wins. He's had the better of this matchup for a long time now. The big question is if Zeth can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Aster is putting on the pressure now, just shutting Zeth down on the ramp for another win. Zeth is trading blows with him perfectly right now, cleaning up a nice round from the ramp. Zeth holds a slim lead with 3 rounds banked. Zeth is fighting back hard after that 5-13 defeat earlier. We're locked in a deadlock at 3 apiece. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after that 13-5 win on Mapas. Aster is really starting to separate himself, picking up 2 quick rounds to reclaim the lead. He's definitely showcasing why he sits higher on the ladder. Tied up at 4, it's anyone's game now. Zeth is proving he can hold his own today. Unreal, Aster barely escapes that encounter with his life, somehow taking Zeth down from the ramp. Total chaos on that final exchange. Aster has a really impressive 66% win rate on this specific map. It means he knows exactly how to control the space here. We're seeing that experience translate into real control over Zeth as he starts to pull away. Aster takes a 7-5 lead into the break. You know, everything is playing out exactly as expected here. Aster is comfortably in the driver's seat and he's clearly exploiting that historical edge over Zeth. Time for a fresh start. Aster edges ahead again, pushing it to 7-6. The number 24 ranked player is refusing to back down. And just like that, Zeth levels the playing field. The underdogs a lot of times find a way to push a series this deep. Zeth is totally taking over the map, moving his tally to 8 with a flawless win. Aster gets the better of him on the ramp, bringing the series back to a draw. We're seeing exactly why he's sitting in the top 15. Zeth edges ahead with a narrow 9-8 lead. He's definitely in a better rhythm than during their previous bout. Aster gets the quicker read and drops Zeth right off that ramp. The pressure is mounting for Zeth to secure a series. Zeth puts on a clinic from the ramp to keep his nose ahead in this one. Zeth is really making the most of his recent victory against Omnic. Absolute deadlock at 10 apiece. We're heading for overtime. Both of them have been incredibly active with a heavy workload today. Zeth is just refusing to let the momentum shift back to Aster, really holding his ground here. He's showing a lot of grit for a mid-tier rated player. Another sharp play from the ramp and Zeth is now just 1 win away from victory. The momentum has completely shifted away from the favorite. What a finish! He secures the final blue from the ramp to close out the match. He really just shook off that nightmare head-to-head record to pull out the upset. A huge statement win from the underdog. What a match! Welcome to the arena. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off today to see who takes the win. Zeth jumped out of the gate with a strong start, utilizing the ramp to secure that early lead. He's looking sharp after taking their last encounter as well. Zeth has historically dominated this rivalry, winning a higher percentage of their head-to-head meetings. It's an edge he's certainly leaned on throughout the season. Omnic will need to find a way to disrupt that pattern if he wants to take control here. Absolutely crushing it. He's built a massive head of steam now. This is a huge turn from that 13-8 result they shared earlier. Zeth answers right back to keep this series close. His higher rating is starting to show through as the set progresses. Omnic is really cleaning up here, just casually picking Zeth right off that box. Omnic holds the momentum with a tight 4-3 lead. His recent 2016 run today is keeping him steady. Unreal. He survives on a prayer from the boost to even the score. The top 20 favorite is really digging in here. Omnic manages to climb back ahead, 5-4. The gap in their ratings usually makes Zeth a tough out. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, taking full control of the server from that high ground. Zeth usually holds a decent advantage in these head-to-heads. Omnic barely edges ahead now, pushing his lead to 6-5. He's looking very confident after taking that match in the Dunes recently. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he's actually defying the historical trends here. Zeth usually has the upper hand in this rivalry, but Omnic is currently the one dictate the pace. Time to see who keeps their cool. Zeth claws back to leave it a 1-point gap. The 24 seed is starting to make his presence felt. And we are deadlocked at 7 apiece. Looking at the overall history, Zeth typically finds a way to close these out. Absolutely effortless! He's now stringing together 3 consecutive rounds to reclaim the lead. He's just outclassing everything right now, picking up another flawless point to extend that lead. He just can't be stopped, continuing the charge from the ramp to secure another point. Zeth is really asserting his authority as the higher ranked player here. Simply unstoppable right now, Zeth picks up his 6th consecutive round with total ease. Finally, a break in the action, he shuts down the streak to keep himself in the game. He's showing a lot of grit despite sitting at rank 32. Another fast reflex win for Omnic, and he's really refusing to let this game slip away. A massive shift in energy compared to how this started. Zeth wins the duel and now finds himself just a single point away from victory. The higher seed is showing a lot of poise under pressure. What a battle! Omnic digs deep to clutch this round, barely scraping by with a tiny sliver of health. That was a nail-biter of a finish. He keeps the fight alive with another huge round, refusing to let Zeth seal the deal just yet. The pressure is mounting on Zeth to close things out. Game over. Zeth finishes him off with a perfectly timed shot to secure the victory. Omnic really pushed the pace in the middle of the map, but his luck just ran out when it mattered most. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone to the Berserk League. We've got Esther and Omnic facing off on Nepas to see who comes out on top. Esther holds a massive historical advantage in their head-to-head with over 480 wins in this rivalry. But he's clearly feeling the pressure after dropping his previous 2 matches. It'll be interesting to see if he can reset his mental game here. Omnic is really starting to dominate the scoreboard. He's really trying to shake off those recent losses. Omnic is really putting the pressure on, taking a firm grip on the early part of this match. He's really shaking the brackets with this lead. Omnic is just too fast today, catching Esther right as he tried to hold that ramp. That was a nail-biter of a standoff, but he manages to secure another clean finish. The expected favorite is finally starting to push back. Omnic is currently sitting in the lower half of our ratings. So for him to be commanding a 3-round lead right now is a massive result. He's definitely capitalizing on Aster's shaky start today. Esther puts the pressure back on from the ramp, continuing his climb to close the gap. Those quick reflexes have him back in the thick of it. What a turnaround! He's fully erased that deficit to bring us level at 5 apiece. Just incredible speed! He secures his 4th straight win to take the lead. We're all square at 6-6. I mean, the odds had Aster way ahead, but Omnic is staying right in the fight. He's holding his own despite the skill gap we've seen in their history. Both guys are completely locked in. A brutal exchange of fire, but he comes out on top to keep the momentum swinging. The top-seeded player is finally starting to find his footing. He's showing real grit, cleaning up this exchange to widen the gap. He's finally starting to play like the top-seeded player. He's just too hot right now, taking a huge 3-round swing to open up a comfortable cushion. That's the result you'd expect from a player in his position. A pristine round for Omnic, showing some serious poise to start clawing back into this contest. It's a huge mental shift from the 13-10 loss he suffered last time out. He's showing great poise, walking away from that fight without losing a single point of health. He's clearly shaken by that tough series against Vesper last week. Another fast exchange decided, and the momentum stays firmly with Esther. Omnic isn't letting him breathe. He's keeping this contest tight by refusing to let Aster string too many together. Aster survives the exchange and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. This look of composure is exactly why the odds leaned his way. Unreal! Aster shuts the door and completes a stunning return from behind to claim victory. He really needed a strong performance to stop the bleeding after those first few games. Omnic put up a fight but just couldn't hold the line late. Welcome to the stream. We've got Aster taking on Zeth on orange, with the favorite looking for a strong victory today. What a nail biter. Aster barely escapes with his life to take an early lead. His dominance in this head-to-head is usually overwhelming. What a frantic scrap. Both players were shredded in that trade, but Zeth barely managed to hold on. Aster secures the high ground on the ramp to take a 2-round lead. Expected outcome for a player sitting at number 14 on the ladder. Aster has won a staggering 77% of their lifetime head-to-head matchups. And he seems to be re-establishing that historical authority right now. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can recover his confidence after that last set. Zeth answers back with a strong finish to keep himself in this contest. He really needs to hold this pace if he wants to flip the script. Zeth is refusing to back down, picking up another clean kill to close the gap. The momentum has completely shifted in this set. Aster holds a 2-round cushion as we hit round 8. He's clearly looking to avenge that recent loss on fast aim. Zeth is showing some real grit here, catching his opponent in a lightning-fast exchange. Zeth has been on a serious tear today, winning 3 of his last matches. It's a much more aggressive form than what we usually see from him in these matchups. He's definitely trying to prove that his latest head-to-head victory wasn't just a fluke. Aster leads 7-5 at the break. Well, the map just suits him, and we're seeing those historical advantages play out. Zeth is fighting back, but he's still playing catch-up. Fresh start for both players here. The gap is closing fast now. Absolutely chaotic. Both players were shredded in that fight, but Aster managed to secure the edge. Aster extends his cushion to a 3-round lead. Exactly why Zeth is sitting lower on the ladder today. He's simply too fast right now, putting together a 3-round burst to seize control. A tough spot for Zeth to be in, given the head-to-head history. Zeth puts on a quick response to keep the deficit at 3. Zeth is certainly making a case that his recent form is sustainable. The speed of these encounters is getting intense, and Aster is really starting to pull away here. Zeth is showing a surprising level of consistency by trading blows like this. Aster comes out on top of that fierce exchange, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. Zeth puts up a strong stop here, preventing a quick wrap-up by his opponent. The underdog is definitely putting up a fight to stay alive. He's simply refusing to let this match end, grabbing another point to keep the pressure on. Zeth is absolutely on fire, stumbling into a 3rd straight point while staying completely healthy. The favorite is looking very vulnerable right now. Absolutely stellar. Aster closes it out to secure the victory. He had to dig deep to secure that one. Zeth really pushed him to the brink in this set. What a battle! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy for today's match, where Zeth looks to continue his strong run against Omnic. Zeth has definitely held the upper hand historically, winning over half of their head-to-head encounters, and that confidence seems to be carrying over into today. It's a tough spot for Omnic, who has really struggled to find any traction over the last 24 hours. We'll see if he can turn the tide now. Zeth is comfortably in control with a 2-1 lead. Zeth has usually handled him better than this. The momentum has completely shifted. Omnic was trailing, but now he's the one putting the pressure on. Absolutely effortless. Omnic just clears Zeth right off the vine to take control here. Zeth answers back immediately to level the playing field. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground here. Zeth holds a slim edge as we hit round 7. Zeth really seems to have a read on him today. Zeth has completely taken over, putting together a powerful streak to firmly grasp the lead. He's certainly capitalizing on a rough 24 hours for his opponent. Omnic quickly cleans that up to stay within reach. He's really fighting the tide of his current form today. And we are completely deadlocked at 5 apiece. He's really trying to erase that recent loss on Blame map. Zeth pulls ahead by a single point right now. Zeth is definitely leaning on that superior ladder positioning today. We've got Zeth leading 7-5. Well, this is exactly what we expected for a close contest. Zeth is just barely keeping the lead, but Omnic looks like he can keep this competitive. Let's see if Omnic finds a gear. Omnic has really been struggling to find consistency, posting a 10-24 record over the last day, and that lack of confidence is showing. It's making this a bit of a one-sided affair now that Zeth has pulled away. He's completely in control of the pace here. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 9-6. It's a tough spot, given how the two have historically matched up. Zeth is looking very steady right now, simply refusing to let Omnic string together a few rounds. The ranking gap is clearly playing a role in this matchup. Zeth is staring down a triple round lead now. A quick snap from Omnic to keep this series viable. He's showing some real grit now, securing another flawless round to narrow the gap. A really dangerous surge for the trading player here. Zeth shuts that door quickly, making sure Omnic can't build any real momentum here. He's proving to be the more reliable force throughout the day. That was lightning fast, and now Zeth is just a single round away from victory. A huge relief for Omnic, who just barely keeps his hopes alive by shutting down the match point attempt. What a finish! Zeth closes it out with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's just simply too consistent right now, proving that his higher standing in the rankings is well deserved. Welcome to Redline. Aster and Omnic are ready for action, and the favorite looks poised for another strong victory. What a scramble! Omnic barely escapes that exchange to take the opening round. A strong start for someone who's coming off a 3-game skid. Aster has a massive overall advantage in their history, having won nearly 76% of their encounters. It's definitely strange to see him start this slowly, given how he usually handles this matchup. We'll have to see if the pressure starts to get to Omnic. Aster puts up a fight, knocking Omnic off the ramp to get back on the board. That was a lightning-fast exchange. Omnic is just not letting him breathe, quickly shutting that down on the ramp. He's really defying the odds against a top 15 opponent here. Omnic is absolutely dominating this series with a 5-1 lead. An absolute nightmare of a start for the higher rated man. A sharp encounter on the ramp, and he's moving to a 3-round streak. This is a complete reversal from their last meeting. A total shutout there. He's just completely in control now. A complete flip from that Mappa set they just played. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that win streak to 5. His lower ranking is making him look like the giant in this room. Aster finally gets the upper hand in a battle on the ramp. A solid response from the 13th seed. Aster has put together a 22-win day so far. Well, this little streak is starting to look like he's actually recovering the ground he lost early on. He's definitely the more experienced player in this specific duel. Omnic takes a huge lead at 9-3. I mean, this is an unbelievable shift in momentum. We are looking at a potential upset since the low-rated player is simply outperforming the veteran right now. Time to see if Aster wakes up. Omnic is just one step from a total blowout. He's certainly making up for that earlier loss on Mappas. Omnic is making Aster look completely lost out there right now. He's really taking advantage of the moment. A brutal sequence of shots clears the ramp, putting him just one victory away from the set. This completely contradicts the pre-game predictions. Unreal, Omnic closes it out with a perfect final shot to secure the series. A massive statement from the lower seed, who just put the higher rank in his place with ease. Welcome to the arena. We've got Aster and Zeth facing off today, with Aster entering the match as the favorite. Aster usually dominates this matchup, winning 77% of the time over a huge sample size. It's interesting to see Zeth take the opening round, especially given how often Aster has controlled their history. We'll see if that translates into a larger upset today. Zeth is pulling ahead with a 2-1 lead. His 60% form over the last 10 matches is proving lethal. We're back to a dead heat. These two are trading blows back and forth. A clean, quick response to get things level. Aster finally regains control with a 3-2 lead. The rank 14 player is starting to exert his will. Zeth claws it back and we're tied up at 3. Zeth is definitely playing with high confidence right now. Zeth is just refusing to step down, continuing to dominate the high ground right now. That's a really clean way to reclaim the lead. Back to square one with both locked at 4. Neither player has looked completely untouchable so far today. Aster pushes ahead again to lead 5-4. His experience in these long-term rivalries is usually the difference. Absolute precision from Aster to shut that down. He's completely taken over the map now. He is just outclassing everything right now, taking his 4th straight to extend the gap. Aster takes a healthy lead at 8-4. I mean, he really showed why he's the favorite here. That 5-round run effectively sealed the momentum for the opening half. Zeth needs to wake up now. Aster is just putting on a show, effortlessly cutting Zeth down from the ramp. That's another positive result for him in this head-to-head series. Zeth has a respectable 20-0-15 record today, but he's just not finding any answers for the efficiency he's facing. We're seeing that gap in overall quality play out in real time. It's getting harder and harder for Zeth to find a way back into this. He's just relentless, taking another round and putting himself one step closer to victory. Zeth finally answers back, picking him right off the box. A vital bit of resistance to keep this series going. What a finish! Aster secures the win by taking Zeth right off the ramp. He's just too consistent on this map, and it really showed in the way he shut everything down today. Welcome everyone. Omnic and Zeth are taking the stage on fast aim to see who comes out on top today. Zeth has a clear edge in the long-term head-to-head, owning about 52% of their previous encounters. He's carrying that psychological advantage into today as well. Now we have to see if Omnic can shake that trend early on. Zeth is really capitalizing on that ramp positioning to put some pressure on Omnic right now. Zeth is really starting to pull ahead, 3-1. The higher rated player is definitely making his presence felt here. He's just completely unstoppable right now, taking full control of the server. Absolutely crushing. He's now claimed 4 straight to leave Omnic in the dust. The higher seed is really showing his class right now. Finally, some resistance as Omnic wins the trade-off from the ramp. He needs a couple more, results like that to bridge the gap. What a response, he just wiped Zeth right off that ramp to secure another one. He's proving the pre-match projections wrong with this resurgence. Zeth keeps his composure and manages to outduel Omnic right there on the ramp. Omnic has had a tough run today with an 11-23 record over the last 24 hours. You know, it seems like he's fighting an uphill battle in almost every set he plays right now. He really needs to find some stability here if he wants to avoid another blowout. Zeth takes a commanding 9-3 lead, and honestly, he's putting a lot more distance between himself and Omnic than we expected. This looks like a completely one-sided battle as we head into the second half. Time for a complete reset. Omnic is putting up a fight, quickly shutting down Zeth's attempt to hold that ramp position. The two of them are essentially deadlock on this terrain. Zeth is still firmly in the driver's seat at 9-5. This looks way closer than the raw rankings would suggest. He is just on fire right now, securing another perfect round to keep this streak alive. The rally is officially on, as he secures another victory to keep this streak moving. Zeth is finally feeling the pressure of this upset. Zeth quickly asserts himself from the ramp to get back in control. He's looking very comfortable with the 2016 run he's put together today. He's not going away, digging deep to claw back another round in this series. That's another tight exchange settled in under 2 seconds. Omnic just blasted him right off that ramp and he's refusing to let this map slide. That's a huge amount of poise from the underdog in a tight spot. Zeth proves too strong for Omnic's ramp setup, quickly regaining the momentum here. His higher ranking is starting to show down the stretch. He just puts a definitive stop to the comeback attempt and now stands a single round away from victory. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a final snap from the window to secure the match. Omnic really put up a fight in that second half, but he just couldn't keep that momentum going long enough to close the gap. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for this matchup between Aster and Omnic, where the favorite looks to dominate. Aster holds a commanding lead over the long term with 482 wins in their head-to-head history, but we have to remember that Omnic actually took their last meeting quite convincingly. It will be interesting to see if that previous victory gives him a psychological edge today. Omnic is really heating up with a 2-1 lead. The gap in their ratings isn't showing up yet. Omnic is just too quick right now, shaking him right off that box to extend the lead. Omnic is just on fire, leading 3-2. The higher rated man finally puts a stop to that rapid start. And we are completely deadlocked at 3 apiece. He's certainly looking more like the favorite as the set continues. He's on absolute tear now, taking complete control of the match. He's showing exactly why he sits higher on the ladder. Another clean exchange for the lower rated player, knocking him off the box to bring the tally level. Omnic barely edges ahead to take a 5-4 lead. A tough spot for him after that rough 11-24 day so far. A real battle of the heights there, but Aster just barely won the race to the top. This is exactly the type of reset he needed. Aster is really leaning into that verticality now, securing the spot on the box for another victory. We've got a deadlock at 6-6 as we head into the break. I mean, things are playing out pretty accurately given the rankings. Both players looked steady, though Aster's 3-round streak showed a brief flash of that expected power. Time to see who wants it more. Omnic just shuts that down, refusing to let Aster take control of the high ground. The underdogs are really fighting back today. Omnic is putting in a serious shift, sitting on a 3-round streak. It's a surprising turnaround considering he has barely won a third of his matches on this specific map. I wonder if the momentum from his earlier win today is finally starting to override the historical gap. Omnic is just too fast right now, catching Aster off guard while he was perched up high. Omnic is cruising now, pulling out to a 10-7 advantage. He's definitely playing above his seed in this set. Aster keeps the pressure up with a spotless frame to bring the score to 8-10. Omnic is just refusing to let this slip, quickly regaining the lead and putting Aster on the defensive again. Absolutely ruthless precision there, putting him just 1 round away from a victory. Game over! Omnic seals the series with an incredible finishing burst. He's just in a different gear today. That sub 1 second reaction time really set the pace for the entire set. Welcome everyone, we've got Aster and Zeth facing off on Mappas, where Aster looks to maintain his strong lead. Unreal, Zeth barely escapes the exchange from the ramp with his life. A huge start for the underdog given the history here. Aster has historically owned this matchup with a massive 77% win rate. It's a level of dominance that usually makes Zeth look completely outclassed in these series. I wonder if today's close start is a sign of things changing. Zeth is absolutely on fire right now, taking total control of the server. A total reversal from that 13-5 blowout they had recently. Absolutely effortless. Zeth is simply too fast for him right now. He's really putting those previous head-to-head losses behind him. What a fight. Zeth survives that absolute war by the skin of his teeth to keep the roll going. Quite a shift from the top-tier performance Aster showed recently. Zeth handles the business from the ramp to secure a 5th straight. The gap in their overall ratings isn't showing at all right now. Aster finally finds an opening, managing to put a stop to that runaway train. He really needs to get his confidence back quickly. Zeth has a fairly solid 60% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a strong bit of form that explains why he's keeping this close against a tougher opponent. It will be interesting to see if this momentum can actually override the skill gap. Zeth secures another win here as the match heads toward the midpoint break. A quick trade that lets the server breathe for a second. Zeth holds an 8-4 lead as we head into the break. Well, the script has been flipped. He's completely ignored his poor track record against Aster to put himself in a great spot to pull off an upset. Fresh starts for both now. Aster uses that height on the ramp to get a clean out, keeping this set very much alive. The higher ranked player is finally finding some ground here. Aster is showing some real grit here, digging deep to climb back into this series. He is finally starting to play like the pre-match favorite. What a sequence! That was a total brawl and he barely walks away from the carnage. The pressure is really starting to mount for the current lead. Zeth puts a quick end to that, picking Aster right off the ramp. A tough spot for the higher ranked man to be in right now. Zeth is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Zeth's current form is really contrasting his poor history in this rivalry. He's just too sharp, extending his streak to 3 and leaving Aster in the dust. This is a complete nightmare for the 13th rank. A complete shutout, and Zeth is now just a single round away from victory. The gap on the ladder hasn't mattered a bit tonight. A huge stop by Aster, picking Zeth right off the ramp to stave off the end. Zeth was looking so calm after his recent 13-11 victory over Kale. And there it is. Zeth secures the final blow and claims the victory. He really fought through the pressure to finally get one over on that veteran. A huge confidence boost for the lower ranked player. Welcome everyone to Red Line. We've got Omnic and Zeth facing off, with Zeth heading into this match as the slight favorite. Zeth has generally come out on top in their head-to-head history. It's a tough break for him to give up the opening round after having the upper hand in their previous meetings. We'll see if he can shake off the nerves early on. He's completely in control now, taking down his opponent without losing a single hit point. What a fight! He barely scrapes through that encounter to get back into the game. That was an incredibly tight trade of shots. Omnic is just dominating, holding a huge 4-1 lead. A complete reversal of the recent clash on fast aim. Omnic's just cruising along with a massive 5-1 lead. The higher rating hasn't been a factor so far. Omnic just wipes him right off the ramp to keep this roll going. Zeth has clearly struggled with his form lately. A fast response from Zeth to get another point on the board. The higher rated competitor is starting to fight back. Omnic is just too sharp today, using that height advantage on the ramp to keep Zeth pinned down. Omnic is making a real statement here, just putting Zeth in his place on that ramp. The higher rated man is really feeling the pressure right now. He manages to pick his opponent off the ramp, keeping the momentum firmly in his hands. He's really struggling to keep up with the pace of this series. Omnic holds a commanding 9-3 lead as we switch sides. Well, this is a complete surprise given Zeth's huge advantage on this map. He'll need to find an answer fast to stop the bleeding. Zeth needs to wake up fast. Zeth managed to fight back and take that one from the Tetris, picking up his second straight round. He's finally showing that better 60% recent form. Zeth has the upper hand here, quickly picking Omnic off the ramp to keep this streak alive. The underdogs are starting to fight their way back into this. Unbelievable precision. He's on a tear now, taking the lead back with another perfect exchange. Absolute chaos. He manages to plug the leak and shut down that attack on the Tetris by a pixel. He really had to dig deep to bring that one home. Omnic has struggled significantly on this terrain with a 34% win rate over his career. So yeah, it's becoming a lot more apparent as Zeth starts to close this gap. We have to see if Zeth can keep this momentum going into the 20th. He manages to hold the Tetris, securing another victory and closing in on a full recovery. Omnic puts a stop to that run, reclaiming a 2-round lead. A huge mental shake-up for the higher ranked player here. Zeth is showing some real grit here, effortlessly plucking his opponent off the ramp. A clean get for Zeth, keeping things tightly contested. A total deadlock now, with both players sitting at 11. Complete raise of that early deficit. A sensational run of form for Zeth, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor now. What a scramble! Omnic digs in to survive that exchange and forces the game into overtime. What an incredible recovery! He pulls ahead by 1 and is officially just a single point from closing the map. The favorite has finally regained his composure in this overtime clash. We've gone back and forth for nearly 30 rounds now, and neither one is giving an inch. Omnic is really pushing the pace here, quickly racking up the wins in these final moments. Both players have had quite a day in these server lobbies. That was a flash of brilliance. Zeth shuts it down instantly to lock this series in a dead heat. We're seeing a mirror image of those high-tension clashes from their past. What a display of poise as he secures the lead and moves within striking distance of the title. A really gritty sequence of fights coming from him. Absolutely incredible. Zeth slams the door shut to complete the most stunning comeback of the series. He really refused to let the game slip away after that nightmare start. Omnic gave it everything he had in overtime, but Zeth just had the better answers today. What a battle! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as the favored Aster takes on Omnic in this 1v1 battle. Aster has won 75% of their career meetings with Omnic, but the momentum has shifted recently since Omnic took their last duel. The high-rated player now has to prove that a strong overall record actually matters in this specific set. Omnic is really surging ahead with a 2-1 lead. Omnic really seems to have a plan for his opponent today. These exchanges are getting shorter by the second. Omnic is simply out-reacting him right now. Omnic holds the edge now, leading 3-2. He is definitely fighting to shake off those two recent losses. Aster strikes back, and we are all tied up. Omnic had been looking so strong after those recent wins. Absolute precision here. He's completely taken over the map with 3 straight wins. The skill difference is really starting to show through. And he gets the upper hand, evening things up at 4 apiece. This is looking like a real battle of wills. Aster pulls ahead just enough to claim a slim lead. A strong performance today, especially after that tough loss to Zeth. Omnic just forced a dead heat at 5-all. It's surprising to see the number 32 ranked player hanging in like this. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, finding a way to consistently get the first shot off. That's a really dominant display in these opening exchanges. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the script has completely flipped. He's playing with a lot of confidence right now, despite Aster having a much better career win rate on this map. Time to see if Aster wakes up. The disparity in their overall win rates is huge, with Aster sitting at a strong 68%. It's just wild to see that gap in quality disappearing in real time. He's completely lost control of the server today. That's another clean win for Aster, showing a lot of grit to narrow this gap. He's finally starting to play like the higher ranked seed. Just effortless. He erases the deficit completely and brings us back to a dead even score. He answers right back, regaining a narrow lead. He's really making a name for himself against the higher rated seeds today. Omnic quickly recovers a 2-round cushion. The number 15 seed is really struggling to find a response. A gritty exchange there, but he finds the way to close it out and keep his hopes alive. That was a quick stop to prevent another run. Omnic is really leaning into this lead and starting to put the pressure back on. He's really putting his current hot streak on full display. He refuses to go away, digging deep to stay within striking distance. A really tough test for the higher seed today. That was a chaotic exchange, but Omnic comes out on top to reach match point. Unbelievable! Omnic shuts the door right there and secures the victory. He really pushed the pace to get it done. Just a total shocker to see that result on the board. What a fight! Welcome to Berserk League duels. Aster and Zed are facing off on fast aim to see who takes the win. Aster has an incredible head-to-head record against Zed over their long history together, but that legacy is starting to look a bit fragile given how Zed has been playing lately. It will be interesting to see if Aster can shake off this cold streak. Aster's firmly in the driver's seat with a 2-1 lead. Zed is really stepping up right now, keeping this series neck and neck. Aster reads him perfectly and catches Zed right as he tries to play the ramp. He's definitely trying to shake off those recent losses. With that locked at 3-all, everything's wide open now. He's certainly continuing the form from that Mappa's victory. Aster is playing the angles perfectly today, just leaning on that height advantage from the ramp to secure another round. Aster really owns the head-to-head with over 400 wins in their history together. Well, it's a huge mountain to climb, but Zed is clearly ignoring those stats right now. He's fighting back hard to prevent Aster from running away with the lead. Aster emerges victorious from the ramp brawl, moving himself to a comfortable 7 rounds. Zed picks up a quick one to keep things interesting before the side switch. A super clean exchange to close out the first half. Aster heads into the break with a comfortable 8-4 lead, right? He's making short work of this half, and it's exactly what we expected from the top seed. He's clearly in control of the server right now. Time to see if Zed can rally. Aster just tightened his grip, now leading 9-4. He's looking for a bit of revenge after that tough loss to Omnic earlier. Aster is absolutely dominating, pushing the lead to 10-4. He's finally finding some stability after those tough losses to start the day. Zed is refusing to go down quietly, showing that he can definitely hang with the top seed today. Zed had some heat in him, but Aster is shutting the door on any hopes of a comeback. He's fighting through a really tough slump at the moment. That was a total shutdown. He's just one victory away from ending this. He's fully leaning into that favorite status right now. Zed manages to come out on top in a hectic fight between the ramps. A crucial stop for the underdog right when he needed it. Unbelievable. Aster closes it out with one final burst to the ramp and seals the victory. He's finally broken that skid and looked every bit the superior player on his favorite map. Welcome to the stream. We have Omnic and Zeth facing off on orange to see who takes the win today. Zeth holds a comfortable lead in their overall head-to-head history. He's really used that advantage to put pressure on Omnic in the past. It will be interesting to see if Zeth can regain that control after such a quick start from his opponent. Absolutely effortless. He's just taken over this early stage of the game. He's playing a lot better than his current rank suggests. Unbelievable. He is simply untouchable right now. It's a complete reversal of how these two usually trade rounds. Zeth manages to fight back, finally putting a stop to that early surge. He's showing great poise, securing another win to close the gap. The favorite is starting to push back hard. Zeth has been significantly more productive today with 23 wins in the last day. It is interesting to see that momentum failing to translate in this specific server. He's usually the one controlling the pace, but Omnic is refusing to step aside. That was a greedy exchange, and he manages to scrap through for another round. He's refusing to let this slip away too quickly. A lightning fast reaction there, and he's keeping the pressure on with another clean win. He's certainly leaning into that favorite status right now. Omnic holds a tight 2-round lead at 6-4. A tight duel for the lower ranked man to manage. Omnic extends his grip on the series to 7-4. Zeth has been very active on the servers today. Omnic holds an 8-4 lead going into the break. He's clearly the one playing the better game so far. He's fighting through that 4-round streak to completely distance himself from Zeth in this opening half. Let's see if Zeth resets here. Omnic is simply dominating this, pushing the tally to 9-4. Hard to believe, given that Omnic is currently ranked 31st. Omnic is just running away with this, now leading 10-4. Everything looks different than it did when they met on red line. Another effortless peak, and he's just completely shut down any hope of a comeback. Just an absolute wall of victory right now. Simply a different level of precision, and now he's just a single round away from the finish line. A sharp response from Zeth to keep the game alive. A crucial stand for the higher seeded man here. Game over. Omnic closes out the series with a final burst of speed to seal the victory. He's completely shifted the dynamic between these two, making that historical advantage mean absolutely nothing today. Welcome to the Berserk League. Aster and Omnic are facing off on Dunes, with Aster stepping in as the favorite. Aster really has the historic advantage with that 75% win rate against Omnic, although the most recent meeting actually went the other way. Now we'll see if Aster can reclaim that dominance today. He's just too fast right now, picking up a third straight for a perfect start. A tough start for a player currently ranked 31st. Omnic answers back with a clean kill to put a dent in that early run. Still a significant gap in their current league standings. Aster is firmly in control with a 4-1 lead. Looking at those recent results, this feels a lot more one-sided. Aster just completely ignored the high ground, shutting Omnic down before he could even react. He's just too sharp right now, extended that lead to 6-1. He's playing exactly to his expected role today. Aster is simply on another level, pulling ahead to a commanding 7-1 lead. His higher seed is definitely showing in these early frames. Unbelievable. He almost lets the round slip away, but digs deep to secure a 5th straight. It is a huge shift in momentum from their last meeting. Omnic manages to snap the sequence, securing a quick win to keep the game moving. Omnic reads the positioning perfectly, taking Aster right off the box to extend this streak. A surprisingly steady start from the lower rated player. Aster takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as predicted here. He's using that superior rank to keep the pressure on Omnic as we head into the second half. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that fight with his life, extending the gap to 9-4. A critical win for him after that rough spell in the early 30s. Aster has an incredibly strong historical record in this pair, winning 75% of their encounters. It's clear the momentum is shifting slightly toward the underdog. Now the pressure is really starting to mount on the favorite as the lead begins to shrink. He is on fire. That's a 3rd consecutive round for the underdog, refusing to let this game slip. What a close one! He secures the win from the box after an intense exchange. That's a huge stop to prevent the momentum from swinging further. He's truly digging in, continuing this impressive climb back into the game. The gap in their seeds is barely a factor now. Aster just put a huge damper on that comeback attempt, firmly reclaiming his lead. Omnic is refusing to go quietly, shutting down the duel instantly. He's really starting to challenge that gap in the ladders. A totally untouchable play here by Omnic, who is showing some serious grit in this pursuit. He's simply unstoppable right now, bringing this entire set back to a deadlock. A complete flip from how this game started. He's just too focused, taking a 4-round lead into match point. The favorite is completely reeling right now. Unreal Omnic survives by a hair to complete an incredible run and seal the series. Just a complete turnaround from how this whole match started. He really proved that the history books don't mean anything in the moment. What a fight!